Stop it! Stop it! Hi everyone. Please ignore the fact that the dogs are barking in the background because Ian just popped to Tesco's and he hasn't come back in the house yet. He's faffing about outside. So the dogs are standing barking at the door. I told him I was going live at 3, but did he listen? Did he know? Excuse me a moment. Dave, Charlie, shut up. They're going to go really crazy in a minute because I'm looking and he's just about to get out the car. So, how is everybody? Did you all have, shut up! Did you all have a good Christmas? Was it all very exciting? Um, I had a lovely Christmas. I wish it had been snowing though, because I do love the snow. We've just had in England, as any of you watching from England know, just grey, damp, mild, drizzly. But it's been a lovely break, and I've still got a few more days to go, not coming back to work till the 7th of January. Whoop, 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 whoop. And I had this thought. Ian and I went to Dubai in December, and whilst lying on my sundowner, I had this crazy idea to do a 24-hour live stream for Marillion Monthly on the Marillion channel. You'll probably notice if you're watching this on YouTube, you're just on a Lucy Jordash's account. Yeah, I thought I'd try and do a 24-hour Marillion Monthly live stream with guests every half an hour or something and go all day and all night. And I thought that could be fun. So I thought, well, I should practice really and see how hard it is to fill 24 hours because I think it's probably going to be quite tough. So I thought, well, Sunday the 29th of December is usually very boring. Hang on a second. Hello, darling. I'm live on YouTube. He's ignoring me. Fabulous. He has said he'll pop on later and ask some questions, and the rest of the band threatened to as well, but who knows? They're musicians. They may turn up, they may not turn up. But I've got myself all sorted. I've got my phone, I've got my iPad, so I can ask you, see your questions as you're posting them. And I've got some guests coming on through the next 2 or 3 hours. Some special, some not so special. Oh dear, they're all listening now, going, is it me that she's talking about? But anyway, so 2024 has been a strange year for us. The band was supposed to be well into writing the new album, and obviously our darling Pete got ill earlier in the year, and so it's thrown everything back. Um, and we're very slow. When I say we, uh, hang on a sec, just writing a message. There we go. Yeah, we're sort of everything's gone back further than we wanted, but then we were very lucky that we'd done the conventions in 2023, so we had some money in the bank to get us through 2024. And obviously we had Cruise to the Edge was the only live show that we had planned. So, because it would have been terrible if, it had been during a touring year, it would have been really difficult. So we had the lovely Nick Beggs step in to help. But the first half of the year was spent worrying about Pete, quite understandably, because we all love Pete, and forget that he's the bass player in the band, he's our friend, and so we were all concerned. But he has made a brilliant recovery. He's still doing sort of physio and stuff, doing physio and stuff to try and get stronger. He's feeling very optimistic about the touring next year, because obviously next year is our convention year. So apart from that, it's been sort of in and out the studio, because obviously the band already had holidays and things booked in August, because they'd been expecting to work the rest of the year. So, they've got to have some time off with their families. And Steve Rothery had put in a few gigs in what was expected to be a quite, a further down the line time for the new album. And it's just been, and then there's been things like they've got back into the studio and it's all been going brilliant, and then, like, unfortunately Mike Hunter's dog died, and any of you who have owned a pet know how heartbreaking it is. So Mike had to go back to Liverpool, obviously, to be with his partner, and that took a couple of weeks out of the studio and stuff, because needed to sort that out. And then I think they had another week where they're just getting going, and one of the band got a really bad cold. I can't remember who it was or when it was, but that took a few days out. So it's been that kind of stop start thing. So the Racket Records team, we've all been sitting there going, right, we'll just carry on. We'll just carry on. And obviously we've got 8 Marillion weekends next year. So they're planned to perfection. Got some people coming on later who'll be able to talk about that. And yeah, so this year's been, sorry, fidgeting. This year's been slow and um frustrating, and slow, frustrating for the band, for the fans, I'm sure, because every update you get from us is, hi, we're still in the studio, it's going very slowly. And obviously for the first 6 months of next year, there won't be any writing going on for the new Marillion album. Well, that's a lie, actually. In January and February, when they come in every day to rehearse for the Marillion weekends. They'll probably also do some jamming, or they might take one day out and work on an idea that is more formulated. But apart from that, for the first 6 months, the Marillion weekends, that's it. So they'll be back in the studio for August, September, October, November, December, when they hope to break the back of the album so that we can hand it over at the beginning of 2026 to the record company, who can then release it in early 2026. But all good plans, you know, things might go wrong, things might change. So that's the rough plan. But I've learned for many years to not worry about plans when it comes to Marillion, because anything can change and anything can happen. So we're just carrying on. I'm just carrying on making plans for 2025, 2026. I've even made some plans into 2027, because I have to think in advance for booking venues and places to go. So that's that. I'm just gonna have a look on Facebook for a minute, and I'm gonna see some questions that you have asked me. Obviously, I've got to press the right button. Let's have a look. So I have asked, obviously, I asked earlier on today if you had questions. I can't answer any of the band questions until hopefully a band member turns up. But I'm going to ask the ones that were personal to me. Nicholas Felmingham says, I hope you all had a good Christmas. What was your best present? Oh, that's actually really tough. Ian always buys me gift vouchers for places, because I have this thing where I say free shopping, and I go into a shop and I get out a gift voucher and I feel that it's free and it's exciting. And he always sits there and says, "Oh, I didn't get you anything exciting." Well, I love it. But I got some beautiful presents. Ian and I have got two dogs. I was just about to say the brand, but the breed is a Cotton de Toulier. And my sister-in-law bought me a Cotton de Toulier candle. It doesn't smell of dogs. It smells actually really lovely. Here's me and my doggies. Can you see that? Oh, it's not very good, is it? Well, anyway, the two little white dogs. And I absolutely loved my Cotton de Toulier candle. But we'll ask Ian when he pops in, because he said he would. We'll ask him what his favourite gift was, and let's hope it's one from me. Elaine Bithry says, are there any plans to play the Royal Albert Hall again? Well, yes, definitely. I'd excuse me, gotta have a drink. I would love to see the band back at the Royal Albert Hall, not just because I want to see them on the stage. I actually loved seeing you guys, seeing the audience, seeing you all dressed up, seeing Barnes put out a red carpet for people to walk down. I thought that was phenomenal, and I think it would be perfectly right for the band to play the Royal Albert Hall again. Laurent Corso says, can we expect the next studio album for late 2025? I've just answered that, and no. it'll be 2026, because by the time it's finished, you then have to give the record company 3 months to be able to make it and set up a good marketing campaign and distribution campaign. And so, no, it would be a miracle if they managed to write it in August, send it off to the record company by September, and release it in December. Could have the Christmas #1 though. That'd be interesting. This live stream is sponsored by Coca-Cola Original Taste. Let's have a look. Angelica Rungan says, I would like to say you know your birthday, Lucy, so I can wish you a happy birthday on the correct day. My birthday is the 25th of January. So not long to go, and I'll be very old. Oh no, I'm depressed now. Oh, I'm going to read this one in Spanish from Jose Quintero. Practice my Spanish. Hola, Lucy. Buenos días. ¿Qué nos tienen preparado para el weekend de Girona? See translation. Good morning. What do you have prepared for the Girona weekend? Good question. Yes, as you've probably noticed, we haven't announced any support acts. And this is because when we played Lisbon in an all-seated arena twice, on both occasions, even when we did the audience with Marillion, people were out and about in the town, enjoying the nice weather, and people didn't come in and watch the support acts. So we figured that, you know, end of April, the weather will be lovely. The same thing will happen in Girona. But there's this huge foyer. And when I say foyer, that makes it sound like a little hall. But it's like an auditorium itself, actually, when you walk into the venue. And we thought we'd have some kind of entertainment going on in there, so people can come in, get a drink, go and stand outside on the terrace with a drink. There's music playing. The merch stand will obviously be there. And we thought that could be an interesting, fun way to do it. We could change our minds and we might do something different again, but that's the plan at the moment. Let's have a look. Neil Radcliffe, do you think you'll be playing any new creations at the weekend this year? I'm not a member of the band, but I can answer that and say emphatically there will be no new music at the Marillion weekends this year. Sorry. Anushka Desart, or I hope I said that right. She said, is the band at Port Zealand also dressed up as villains or heroes at the Thursday night? Yes, in case you haven't read that on the Facebook group, on the Thursday night at Port Zealand, after the Marillion shows, if you go into the Adventure Factory, I'm going to be doing a rock disco. If you go into the Market Dome, Stephanie will be doing a prog disco. But my disco will definitely be fancy dress. And the theme is heroes and villains. And I suddenly realised that obviously the band are going to be playing on Thursday night this year. So I said to I said the other day, I said to him, do you mind looking out into the audience and seeing people dressed up as loads of weird shit? And he said, no, it sounds great. Look forward to it. So if you're in the front row, knock yourself out. And then after, as I said, after the show, come to the Adventure Factory for a rock disco or to the Market Dome for a prog disco. You could be in fancy dress on that one as well, if you want. Karsten Kreutzer says, are you happy with the songs the band will play at the weekends? Are your favourites included? Now, you know, I never ever discuss set lists because I don't think you need to know. I think you should all be surprised. But the answer to that question is yes. Yes, I am pleased with. Oh, I have a guest. Who is my guest? It says Pete Trewavas. Hang on, you're on mute, Pete.
All right.
There we go.
Is that my tea? Yes.
Hello, the lovely Pete.
Hello.
We were just talking about you.
Were you now?
Yes. Earlier on today, I asked the fans if they had any questions to ask the band, and a lot of people said, how's Pete?
Well, I'm great, actually. I'm really good. I'm fighting fit. I've seen 1 second. Fiona's got my tea. I've got hers.
Well, that's the end of the world.
It is. There's sugar in it.
There was sugar in it. So back to me.
Back to you. Forget about the tea.
Yeah, no, I'm really good. I've seen my cardiologist, and I've also seen the cardiologist who sent me off to have the operations in the first place, which was February, early this year. And all my results are positive and looking good. My heart's really strong still.
Yay!
So I can't wait to I just can't wait to get back to doing what we do best, which is going on tour and being in Port Zealand and all the other lovely places we're going to play in Rome and Paris.
No, don't go to Rome. You can go to Rome.
I'll go to Rome. No, we're not, are we? No, okay.
Fiona, shall we go to Rome?
She's not here.
Oh,
she's not. No, I've locked the door. So have some peace and quiet.
I've done that because Ian, you know.
Is he joining later?
Yeah,
maybe not.
Yeah, he's baffing about with the dogs at the moment.
Ah, right, okay. Did you have a good Christmas?
I very much did, thank you, Pete. Did you?
Yeah, I did. I had a lovely time.
What did you do?
We had a quiet Christmas Day, and then we saw Callum and Tiz and her parents in the evening. Because Fiona's getting over bronchitis and I've had a cough, we haven't been able to see Luke and Dana and Sonny. So that's a bit of a shame. But
the baby, yeah.
Yeah, because the baby, it's just like, well, let's be safe, let's play it safe. So, but I am getting over my cough and I'm feeling great. I'm feeling really good.
Did you just have a cough or did you have the whole cold thing?
No, I just had a nasty cough, which I kind of got in New York, and then it just dragged on a bit, really.
I saw your pictures from New York. I posted one of them on our Instagram account. It looked very cold.
It was very cold, but I had I'd bought specifically for the trip, actually, a brand new North Face coat, which was, it's a North Face. It was called a 700, which I don't know what that means. It's not a TOG rating, but it's like wearing a duvet. It's
really?
It's just amazing.
It's
like, oh my God, I've had warm coats before, but this was just super good.
I find the problem. Oh, Ian's gone. Oh, he must be taking. It's 3:30. He must be taking the dogs out for a walk before it gets dark.
Yeah, exactly.
I find when I'm walking the dogs, I need to cover this.
Yeah. You need a snood. You need a new Marillion snood is what you need.
Oh, I think I probably need a woolly thing. I've been
Yeah,
getting my
yeah,
scarf and
yeah.
wrapping it round.
A
It
big
really,
scarf. Scarves are great for that. Actually, I've discovered scarves this year in New York, and just thought, why haven't I ever worn scarves before? Because they're a bit like umbrellas to me. Scarves. It's like I can't be doing with carrying an umbrella.
well, you know how Ian has this thing that he has to look really cool all the time,
Yeah,
like
preferably in
even
black, but yeah,
preferably in black. You know, he won't, even if we're like in a country that we're never going to visit again, surrounded by people he doesn't know,
yeah,
he won't wear anything that would make him look foolish. Well, the other night we went to Ashridge House. They had that illuminated trail.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And as we were leaving the house, I said to Ian, your ears are going to get so cold. I don't know. I'll just wear my baseball cap. And I found one of those Marillion
Yeah.
woolly hats and shoved it on his head. And he wore it for the whole trail. And he said, oh, this is a really good thing, isn't
It
it?
is. It is a really good. I wear it when I walk, actually, in the winter. A grey one.
Yeah,
Was
well,
it? Was
the
it a
one
grey
in
one or a black one? We've
black,
done both,
obviously.
actually. Yeah.
I couldn't persuade him to wear, grey.
No, I know. It's just not nearly black enough, is it, for Ian?
Yeah, we can really talk about him because he's not here.
I
What's your
can.
favourite thing about Ian, Pete?
My favourite thing about Ian is how good he is at playing the drums. Now, I've played with a lot of amazing drummers. I've played with Marco Miniman. I've played with Mike Portnoy, all sorts of people. But Ian he just makes it sing. I've been watching a documentary on Phil Collins, and I'd forgotten how much bloody stuff Phil Collins has done. But he's got that thing that Phil Collins has got. There's so much of a groove going on with everything that Ian does. And as
Have
a
you
bass player, you just can't, you just want to play with it.
have you noticed that he's getting even better
Yes,
since
he
he's
has.
hanging out with Gavin Harrison?
Him hanging out with Gavin and and what's his name?
Mark Pardy in America.
Mark Pardy and Simon Phillips.
Yeah. He's
um, has
he's
has really kind of you know, put him into a new place.
it's really infused him.
I know, and
Everything,
the
yeah.
thing is, he's always been an amazing drummer. I mean, when he was with Hackett, when he left Hackett and joined us, he was unbelievable. It was scary. I was frankly, I was scared. I was thinking, bloody hell, if I'm not careful, I'm going to be out here because I'm going to have to play with this every night live. And we used to play really fast and loads of chops and loads of fills and stuff. So I quickly learnt to get better.
He's just
Um,
it's
and
been
he's
so,
got
yeah.
back to that kind of enthusiasm and that standard and that thing, which is great. Because I think, we've been together so long, it's very easy sometimes to fall into a trap of this is what I do. And, you know, do I need to worry about what other people are doing? Do I need to worry about theory and all of that? How much of it impacts what I actually do? But the fact is, of course, you do. You have to keep learning and you have to keep improving. And it's great. It's great that, yeah. And
He's
over the years, we've all gone through a stage like that at some point, I think.
he's been doing these online tutorials, and his sight reading is getting really good now, and he
Yeah.
plays along with all I hear, I can't do it, but all I hear from the other room is, oh, not that obviously, but he's drumming along reading the stuff on
Yeah, yeah,
YouTube.
yeah, yeah.
And he always says, God, I wish we'd had this when I was younger.
Yeah. I know I mean, this is the thing, isn't it? Young musicians have just got all of this wealth of knowledge at their fingertips.
Yeah. And
Like the
then
rest of us, like the rest of the internet. I mean, you can learn about anything on the internet.
do you
But
watch any of those really weird, because you're on Instagram like I am,
I am,
do
yeah,
you
yeah,
sit
yeah.
there and end up watching people like jet washing patios? I find it really soothing.
I love it when they kind of the hose is way too. Not that I do, but occasionally when
You do.
when one sneaks into my browsing repertoire, and they've got it on full, and they just fly off the patio
It's just
into
like,
preferably into a muddy pond or something.
I find it so soothing watching people jet washing patios or mowing grass, and these people are making a fortune on Instagram.
Come round. You can watch me.
I love. Well, I do.
Because you have people do that, don't you? You have people come in and clean your patio so that you can watch.
I do it.
You do it.
I do it. Ian refuse. Well, he doesn't refuse, but he makes a song and dance about it. Whereas I just go out there for 4 hours and get myself.
You do that. You do.
filthy.
You do. Bloody hell! I thought you.
No.
You do all of your because I know you do all designed up. Well, you sort of designed all of the garden, didn't you? And
I do all the gardening, and Ian
planted it all. And
Ian comes out with the power tools, and I say, cut that hedge or cut that bush. And he likes power tooling, whereas I do all the digging and the weeding and the deciding what goes where. But jet washing, I mean, I can't wait till it's spring. As soon as it's spring, I'm out there.
This is so fascinating, Lucy.
But people watch.
Oh, I know. It is
They'll
weird
listen
what
to
people
us
watch.
talking about jet washing.
Yeah, there you
And
go.
this was the whole point of my live stream today, was just to talk bollocks with people.
Yeah, I love doing that. I do. In fact, Ian and I always used to do that when we were on the road. We'd just talk nonsense.
Nonsense. Yeah.
Or sometimes just sort of nod along to each other and in a kind of sooty and sweep kind of thing.
Oh, you and it, you do that. You go.
we do. Fine bit of drumming in. Oh,
yes,
well
beautiful
done.
bass
Well done
playing.
for joining in. Yeah, there's a lot of nodding in Marillion, actually. You'll notice that.
Yeah. Well, H comes over, doesn't he? He comes over to you and Ian and just stands there and goes.
Yeah.
Muppet.
Well,
I've got
yes, questions. Any questions?
Yeah, I'm just having a look. Let's try this one from Rebecca Mason.
Oh,
she says,
hello,
there
Rebecca.
a song which each band member would like to play live, but the others say no?
Oh, there's loads. Over the years, there's been so many. I spent a long time trying to get us to play Built-in Bastard Radar.
And you won.
And eventually, when we did learn it, it took us ages to learn it because it's an odd song. And we like to do things properly. It was like, oh, yeah, that does work. More recently, well, probably there's various obvious, there's things like Tumble Down the Years. I think I suggested that recently. And everyone's like, we've got such better songs than that. And another one would be See It Like a Baby. That'd be another one.
I don't like that one.
No.
I'm sorry. I'm with whoever said no on that one. I'm sorry. I can't like everything.
But most of the time, I kind of like do like a lot of our songs. I do like most of our songs. And I can see, I'm one of those people that can always find what I like about a piece of music. I mean, unless it's a really horrible piece of music that, like Rivers of Babylon or something, where anything by Boney M, basically, and maybe Brotherhood of Man. It's like, no, there's no redeeming factors here at all, is there? But
are you slagging off Boney M?
Oh, well, it wasn't really my cup of tea.
Not even Mary's Boy Child?
Oh, no. I mean, no. Oh, sorry, I'm rocking my
That's all right, you carry
camera.
on.
But I mean, but other bands. I mean, I was brought up with pop music. I love pop music probably as much as you do, and I absolutely love pop music, and I still love pop music. I still listen to all sorts of people. Most of the guys in One Direction, for example, have made some good albums.
Harry Styles.
Harry Styles.
Absolutely love Harry's album.
And the one from Manchester, the one who's a bit more of a rocker, what's his name? Tomlinson, is it? Anyway.
Louis Tomlinson.
Louis Tomlinson, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. He John Mitchell wrote a song for him.
Did he?
Yeah. Yeah. John Mitchell's credited on one of his songs.
Well, that must have
I
been
noticed, which is interesting.
Yeah. That must
So
fair, Bob.
so yeah, I still listen to all sorts of stuff. And it's good. Good music is good music, isn't it?
I hate musical snobbery. It's
Me too. There's no need for it. It's like art as well. Who cares what people like? If they like it, they like it.
Exactly. I mean, there's most prog rock I don't like.
There's a lot of things. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on these days that I think could be done better. And a lot of people, because you can, with the way technology's gone, a lot of people sort of take the easy way out. And there's also a lot of a time restraint on making music these days, same as making films, because there's so much money involved. And it's the time, it's the thought process, and it's the care that you take in writing and arranging songs that really stands out.
Do you think so? Do you think that's
I think so. And I think, some people, you just need to take a long time sometimes with a song. Other songs write themselves really quickly.
Like you take a long time.
We do take a long time, but I think it's worth it in the end.
You can't rush it. I've got a question from Jeff McDonald. He says, Is Transatlantic finished, and have you any other new side projects to look forward to?
Well, I am actually working on an Edison's Children album at the moment, which has been written for a long time when we're just trying to get it in shape to be a release. Transatlantic is a weird one, isn't it? I don't know that we'll do another album.
How long had it been between albums? I can't remember.
Well, the longest was about 7 years, I think, between Bridge Across Forever and The Whirlwind. So there's the first. My favorite's The Whirlwind, I think.
Oh, you said that so quickly.
Well, I did quite a fair amount of the writing on The Whirlwind, but apart from that, it was the first time I was really confident in what I'd written, and everybody else really liked what I'd done. So I found that there was a couple of my themes that I'd written, and I thought, well, I'll just put them out there, and everybody really liked them. They seem to get used a lot, so that's cool. It was a kind of well put together, well thought out album as well.
I'm just pressing record because I forgot to press record.
Oh no. Okay.
Idiot. Anyway. So
does that mean I'll be erased from history?
No, I think when the live stream's finished, I'll be able to grab it from the YouTube channel. But just in case I can't, I want to.
Yeah. And then you can probably strip the audio from the video. Yeah.
Yes. So you answered that question really quickly. So if I said to you, what's your favourite Marillion album? Can you answer?
Oh, that's a bit harder, isn't it? That is a bit harder. Although actually, there's a handful, aren't there? You can break. I think in recent years, we've done some amazing work actually, and I think our writing gets stronger and stronger. And that probably started with Brave and then Afraid of Sunlight. They're both really strong albums in very different ways, because Afraid of Sunlight is all standalone pieces, and Brave is obviously a concept. Marbles is a bit of both actually, and it's become. I mean, I've been listening to Marbles because.
No, you haven't.
Because I haven't been listening to Marbles. No, actually, I have been listening to Marbles, but for various reasons. because I've got to reprogram all my stuff
Oh yeah, because you
for
bought.
whenever we do anything.
Yeah, didn't
Someone
you?
always says, "Oh, let's play such and such," and then we go, "Yeah, all right then." So I need to, because I've changed rigs to
Yeah.
using a quad cortex. So I'm in the process of listening to all of the albums at the
Oh, that's
moment.
a brain drain though, having to
Well, it's
do
great
it
fun.
all.
It is actually good fun listening to. I
Yeah,
mean,
but having to reprogram your bleeding
oh yeah,
pencil.
yeah. Well, it's good because it's going to all sound better. But yeah,
Oh, okay.
it's just a long process. Um, and I do think Marbles is a really strong album. It's interesting because it's kind of two albums in one, really. It's got some of our classic long songs. And then the smaller songs are just good as standalone alone songs as well. I'm really proud of Sounds That Can't Be Made and Fear. I think Fear is quite an achievement, actually, for where we were at the time. We took a lot of time and effort in that, and it's nice that we did that. And then after that, and the success of that, we did an album fairly quickly with An Hour Before It's Dark. But that's almost given us a new lease of life in a way. It's got quite an early kind of prog feel, a bit like an early Yes album, which is more. There's a bit more rock in it. There's more kind of the sort of rock thing going on rather than progressive. It's really good.
I would
It's a
say
really good cross between what we do and what currently indie bands and bands like that do.
that for me as a fan, Afraid of Sunlight was my favorite for years.
Yeah, yeah,
Forever.
yeah.
And then an hour before it's dark has just eclipsed it into first place, and I can't see it. I can't see it moving.
I know, isn't it? Oh yeah, thanks. So we've got quite a challenge on our hands, really, with the next one, haven't we? I shouldn't say the next one, the one we're working on at the moment. There's quite a lot. I mean, I can't tell you how much music we've got that we're wading through, and Mike's sifting through all of it and finding, the gold, as it were, and all those special moments that make it all magical. And we'll weave them all together. But obviously, we were going to do that this year, but it's been a bit of a weird year.
But
It's been a horrible year for me, actually.
Someone threw a spanner in the works, didn't they?
Yeah, I know. I really can't wait for this year to finish.
Yeah.
So,
New Year's Eve. Woohoo!
I know. Oh, for God's sake, yeah. Please. I can't wait to do all these conventions and get back out to normality and, see everyone again. And because I haven't picked up, well, I have picked it up, but I haven't played an instrument on stage since last November.
November 23.
Yeah. Now that's ridiculous.
That is ridiculous.
That's over a year. It's, and obviously the rest did the cruise with Nick, who was formidable. And I mean, he's such a great bloke and he's such a good bass player as well.
I don't think we've actually discussed that, actually.
No.
So obviously you had more on your mind at the time because
I did. Yeah, yeah.
Recovering from
all that life and death shit,
Yeah.
It kind of gets in the way,
Really. But when you actually thought about it and thought about your band out there on the high seas playing with Nick, how did you actually feel? Were you jealous? Were you sad? Were you angry? What were you actually? Be honest.
There was relief. There was enjoyment in the fact that the band would be doing it. And I mean, Nick has been a friend of the band's for years. And I go and we both respect each other's playing. When he's doing something, I will go and watch sound checks and I'll watch him playing, and he does the same with me, you know. And so there's that mutual respect thing. And I knew that, I mean, Nick's got a lot of stuff going on. So I knew it wasn't okay. I mean, I was never going to feel threatened by it because I'm the bass player. And if there comes a time when I can't play bass, then, you know, I don't know what we do then, whether we replace me or we'll find a situation
No, you don't
that
get.
would work, I guess. But I knew that wasn't going to be the case because I knew I was in, you know, I knew it was for a short time.
Yeah.
And I knew Nick would take the care and effort to do it well and with kind of dignity and pride in what he does, like he always does. And with that flair that Nick has, I mean, you know, it's Nick Beggs, isn't it? You're gonna get flamboyancy and
Well, everyone
nonsense.
said he was the band. You know, the
Yeah.
band said he was brilliant, but he wasn't Pete. That's what each one of them said to me. Nick was brilliant, but he wasn't Pete. And I said, could you articulate the difference for someone who's not a musician? What's the difference? What did he not do? And Ian just said it was. I can't put it into words. He said he just wasn't Pete.
The thing is about Marillion and what we do and how we do it is that we all do things. You know, like Ian, when Ian's playing a rhythm, there's just stuff he does around it to fill out the sound and make it sound more than, it's a bit like the drummer with Paul McCartney makes Ringo Starr's stuff sound like Ringo Starr, but more, you know, he'll get all of the percussion and all of the stuff that you couldn't get with just playing normal drums. And we do that with our instruments. So when I play bass, I play all sorts of little ghost notes. I'll play little chords in the background and stuff that you wouldn't think would be necessary. But live, it just helps to fill out the sound and make it sound like there's more going on, you know. And we all do that. We all have stuff that we do that, you know, if you ask somebody to play the keyboards, we don't just play parts, we play the whole song, you know. It's a weird thing, but
no, that totally makes sense. That's a really
it's
good.
like, do you remember when Ian couldn't do the cruise and we had,
I know, what is it with this cruise, for God's sake?
I know, yeah, I know. Well, I love them, so I'm definitely on the next one.
Yeah,
We do a next
whose
one.
turn is it
Who
next
knows?
time?
Yeah.
Jesus.
But you know, we had, I've forgotten his name.
Leon,
yeah,
drums for
who's
Ian.
lovely, and he's a great drummer, and he's a really, you know, I used to see him with Mr. So and So, and he's a really good drummer. He's very, you know, he knows what he's doing. But some of the rhythms that he was, it's like when we sounds that can't be made, for example, we were trying to play sounds that can't be made. I was like, it doesn't quite sound like the drumming.
Do you know what? Well, as we know, I'm not a musician. I'm not
No.
musical, but obviously I was in the audience at that cruise to the edge.
Yes.
The only one I've done. And I was like, I wonder if I'll be able to tell that Ian's not there. And I could.
Yeah.
But I can't tell you why, because Leon was playing all the right notes. It's not notes on a drum, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, all the right parts, all the right stuff in the right places, but it's just.
But he wasn't, yeah, and it wasn't, yeah.
It's a feel thing, and there's like I said, the same with me. There's a lot of little things that Ian does that a lot of other drummers probably wouldn't, and unless you soloed the drums and heard exactly what's going on, it would be like, well, it sounds like he's just doing 4 on the floor and a snare drum and a hi-hat on each beat, but there's so much more to it than that. So much more graceful and musical.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think, you know, I can never describe it properly. It's just for me, it's just a feeling or
yeah.
yeah. I I've got a question. I can't see who asked it, but do you have a favourite Christmas song?
Wow, I do actually.
Oh, go on.
It is just called The Christmas Song, I think, by Nat King Cole. That is
Oh, the
my,
one you covered.
yeah, the one we covered.
Chestnuts roasting on
Sting on an open
fire.
fire.
Yeah.
Jack Frost nipping at your toes or nose or whatever it is.
Yeah.
I never know. I don't know the words to anything. I know the first line of so many songs, and then it goes awry. But I tell you what, Mariah Carey's version. The Mariah Carey's song that
Your
I
very
assumed was a cover of an old song. You know, I assumed it must have been like some Phil Spector band. It wasn't. It was written for. She co-wrote it with probably about 30 other people who co-wrote it with her. As songs are like these days, there's always a team of songwriters.
there's a lot, isn't there?
There's loads on some songs. And I think out of all the songs since kind of Slade or Wizard, that is a top Christmas song.
Yeah, you did a really good version
We
of
did a
that.
version. Yeah, we did.
I think my favourite one that Marillion have done is either Carol of the Bells
That is cool, isn't it?
or last year's I Believe in Father Christmas.
Yeah, that's nice. It is a nice song.
It's it's a really nice song, and it sounded exactly how I imagined that you guys would.
I mean, obviously, there's the John Lennon song as well. But you know, I forgot to
War
mention
is
that.
over.
Well, yeah, I mean, most things that Lennon did were good. That's the thing.
Were they?
Yeah, well, a lot of it was. A lot of it was.
I've seen a lot of people I'm going to let you go in a minute, but I've seen a lot of people ask that question. If you weren't in Marillion, what band would you be in? Would it be the Beatles?
Do you know what?
I mean, we'd all
I
like
always
the
used to
Beatles
think that.
money.
I always used to say that, but actually, because people often say, you know, name somebody you'd like to work with, and I'm in the middle of watching on a YouTube channel called Drumeo, the Phil Collins interview. There's a very, very recent Phil Collins interview where
Take me and watch that.
his son's interviewing him, and they build his kit, you know, and he hasn't sat around a kit for years, and the stuff he's done, unbelievable. I mean, I knew he'd done Genesis, Brand X, and then become the singer of Genesis, but I didn't realize he did a song with one of the girls from ABBA. He produced.
Did he?
He produced all kinds of. He produced Eric Clapton's August, the
Oh,
album, and played on one of the other songs, one of the other albums. And it's like I didn't realize he'd done half of the stuff. And I was thinking, and he was. I mean, he was an amazing drummer. He really was. I know there's a lot of good drummers out there, but
sad that he can't drum anymore.
It's a shame. It's a shame.
And he's really sad, isn't he, Phil? It comes out quite obviously that he's really.
I think you've just, it must be so sad.
Yeah, well, let's hope that doesn't happen to any of you, and that you all stay healthy into 2025 and beyond, please, Pete.
Yes. Yeah, I do plan to. Plan to. I'm on a diet of cottage cheese and celery at the moment. Which... No, but I do eat those. I do eat cottage cheese because I can't. I've had to stop eating cheese.
Oh,
because I know, and I love cheese. I mean, I did over Christmas. I've been a bit. You have to over Christmas, don't you?
You said you were going to come on early today because you were going off somewhere.
Yeah, I'm off to see my sister and my brother-in-law.
Lovely.
So I'll be popping over to Rickmansworth to see them, and one or two of their kids will be there.
And eating more stuff?
Yeah, probably crumpets and things, kind of tea timey stuff, I think.
Crumpets are a morning thing.
Well, yeah, they can be.
See, this band, viewers, this band is weird. Steve Rothery takes his baths in the morning. And we've now found out that Pete eats crumpets at night and not the morning. Can we have a little poll over on my Facebook group to tell me which of them is? Because I think that's weird.
Right. Okay. Well, yeah. You
Or
might be right.
maybe I'm wrong.
Call me weird. I'd not get offended at all.
Well, drive safely and have a lovely time.
I will do. Thank you all. If anyone's there, thank you for listening to us.
Well, I hope they're there. That is right. I haven't checked who's watching.
And well done for springing this on us at such a late day.
What, yesterday?
Yesterday.
I said, if you're not doing anything.
I know. Well, I was obviously going to join if I could, so I'm glad I did.
Because it's gold star for Pete Trewavas. You always get my gold star.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna call in all of these favors one day.
What you're going to say? I don't have to because I've got 10 gold stars.
Yes, something like that. Yeah.
All right,
watch this attitude. Anyway, cheerio. I'm
Take
gonna
care,
go
love
now.
you, Fiona.
Bye.
Bye.
Yes, bye. But and Ian, say hi to Ian.
Yeah, he still hasn't come in. Do you want me to throw you out? Or can you do it
no, I
yourself?
can do it. I know you. Actually, maybe you should. The person who doesn't know how to leave.
I'm going to remove you. Goodbye.
Bye. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Move. Oh no, it's now come up on my screen. Reported users will be banned. Don't report. That was rude. Well, that was nice, wasn't it? We had P. I didn't see what was going on. I'll have a look at my Facebook page and see who's asking anything. Gosh, got people from... Oh, I think I've got a Mr. Mosley coming in now. He coming in? Oh, come on.
What's in it for me?
Crumpets in the morning. That is weird. Pete just said he has crumpets at night. And I just said to everyone, do you think it should be crumpets at night or crumpets in the morning? Because I think at night is weird. Come sit down.
Yeah, morning really, but any time.
No, don't dim the lights.
Sorry.
You aren't seeing things. Ian's trying to dim the lights.
What's going on?
Well, there's people are watching on YouTube.
Oh.
And we're just, come over. Oh, look how small you are.
Why am I so little and shiny?
Because you got a light above your head.
Where's Pete then?
He just left. He's got to go and eat crumpets in the evening.
Oh, it's crumpet o'clock, is it?
Come here. Should we show people your mug?
My mug?
If you've got children watching, look away. Ian's mug. Go on.
It's just a mug.
No, show it up. See, can you read what that says as well? Oh, and then, yeah, look at my sign there. Different points of view. Fuck 'em. We swear a lot. We swear a lot. Oh, lights are gone. If you come here, you won't be shiny.
Tricky, isn't it?
Ian, I've got questions for you. Right. It says, Nicholas Felmingham asked me earlier, what was your best Christmas present? So I answered mine. So now you have to answer yours.
Probably the tickets for Bill Bailey.
Hey, who got you that?
I don't know.
I got a question about your drums. Hang on.
Oh.
I know. Oh, hang on, everyone. I'm just scrolling.
Very bright, isn't it, that picture? Cool.
Well, is it because of all the white behind us? It was something about, oh, come on. It was something about your Black Beauty.
Bit personal, isn't it?
He's been a drumming thing. There you go. Ah, here you go. From Rick.
Rick.
Hi, Lucy. As a fellow drummer, can you ask Ian how he tunes his Black Beauty snare drum? Ian, how do you tune your Black Beauty snare drum?
Phew. It's quite a personal thing, tuning drums, really. But I have a diplomat head on the bottom and an inverted dot CS batter. Are you nodding off yet?
I'm trying to get you to move in because
A
we can
si-
literally see half your face.
A CS inverted black dot on the batter head. And I have the usually have the bottom head slightly tighter than the top head. And then really it's just down to you. it's just
Sorry.
down to your personal taste, really, but I just tune it up evenly until it sounds good to me. But the last tour, I didn't use my Black Beauty snare drum on tour. I used the British drum company wood shell drum, which is a slightly warmer sound. But I'm really pleased with it.
What's that one that's in the conservatory?
That's the Black Beauty.
But you'd never take it out the conservatory.
No,
It doesn't go on tour or anything.
no. The reason I suddenly changed to the wood shell was that I can't remember which gig it was. I broke a bottom snare head went, and the spare was this wood shell British drum company drum. I think it's called a Merlin. So we put that up, and I started playing. And I thought, oh, actually, I really like there's a warmth to it because it's a wood shell. So I'm still using that. Very pleased with it. The Black Beauty is still next to it, waiting for use.
I've got another question for Ian.
Oh.
Well, we do the really boring drum questions, but people find this fascinating. Stop being rude. From Paul Hazeldine, Dean Dine. For someone like Ian, we can always see he is almost in his own world when playing drums. I know they use click tracks now, but before, and maybe even now, what does Ian focus on when playing his drums? Does he hear in his head the wider whole song, or does he just hear 1, 2, 3, 4 cymbal drum, etc.? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's a good question. I do have the click, but I have the whole band in my headphones. So, and I'm really playing to the whole band. I get the click so it's at a level where it's not, hopefully not blowing my head off. But and sometimes I might the click might have a shaker on it or something else to give it a bit more feel. But no, try and play with as a band. There's certain points with the click track. I might have cues on the click track. You know, a counting, so the click might be a bit louder for a 1 bar counting or a 2 bar counting. But I try and make it as unobtrusive as possible.
Yeah, because it wouldn't be cool if you were on the drums going 1, 2, 3, cymbal 1, 2, 3, 4 while H is trying to sing.
I know some people actually have vocal cues on their click tracks, which I'm tempted to do.
You don't?
No, like, you know, 4 bars and then it goes to 7, 8, or tell one of the band to get it right this time. You know, that kind of stuff. You could have vocal cues.
Well, we could put humorous ones in there.
Yeah.
Like, this is where Mark's going to go wrong.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mark. Terry Heffernan says, if Ian could form a supergroup, who would be his fellow bandmates? Can we do dead or alive? Dead and alive? Dead.
Gosh. No, it's a very tricky one. Supergroups. I can be in this super group, can I?
Yeah, Ian, you can form a super
Yeah,
group.
but will
Phil
they?
Collins on drums.
Yeah, I'll have Phil Collins, Billy Cobham on drum, Buddy Rich, and
Gavin.
Gavin.
Yeah, no, I think you're in the super group.
Am I?
Yeah.
Oh well, I would have loved to play with Jeff Beck, but unfortunately he
Died.
died only
He's
last.
dead.
Yeah,
He
he's dead.
died. He's dead. Sorry.
Yeah, guitar. I mean, there was some good guitarists to play with. Dave Gilmour's still alive?
Yeah, would he be your guitar super group? So Ian Mosley drums, Dave Gilmour guitar.
Yeah, or Jeff Beck. You know, if
You
you.
got to choose one. You can't just go or.
Oh,
That's not answering the question. That's cheating.
right.
Keyboards.
Keyboards. Oh, okay, a guy called who did I work with? Richard Cottrell. I get them mixed up because there's brothers. One's a bass player and one's a keyboard player. But one of the great keyboard player named. Hello, George.
Right. Hang on a sec, because he's just answering the question. Carry on.
So yeah, a great keyboard player. He's played on with many different bands.
I've never heard of him.
Oh, Joe Zawinul, the guy that he's dead.
He's dead.
Weather Report.
Okay, you've got to have a singer.
A singer.
He's forming a super group, George.
Yeah.
Well, surely you'd be the singer. You've got the voice of an angel.
Who, me? Yeah, let's do it. Right, you drum, I'll sing. Ready? Yeah. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose, and if you ever saw it, you would even say it glows.
Perfect. I'll manage you.
Who do I send the invoice to?
Now, come on, you've got to have a. So, by the way, everybody, this is not only my best friend, Georgina Wistow, she is the author of Ian's autobiography called Do I Owe You Money, which I would have shown at the screen, but I don't have a copy. Yes, I do.
Look at that.
That's rude, isn't it?
And that's a lovely black beauty on that cover there.
Is that the.
We just got that just while we were talking. But
Is that Ian's drum that's in the conservatory now?
Yes.
yeah. Your memory, Lucy, because you actually took that picture.
Whatever. So not only is she the author of Ian's book and my best friend, she is also the merch queen at Port Zealand, which we will discuss later when I've finished asking Ian about his bloody supergroup.
Oh, I'll probably carry on with I'd ask Steve Hogarth if he wanted to be in it.
Oh, but now the rest of the band are really upset that you haven't asked them to be in your supergroup.
Oh, well, I'll kick them all out and just get Rothers and Pete and Mark in.
What? No, you can't have H singing in your supergroup.
Why?
George, don't you think that's unfair on Pete, Mark, and Rothers?
Because they're rubbish.
That's just rude.
I'm going to get punched for Port Zealand.
Yeah. And you haven't chosen a bass player either.
Oh, shit.
Mark Kelly.
Yeah, I'd like Mark in the band.
Would you like Mark in the band?
Hello, Mark.
Hello.
That is my favourite keyboard player. Mark?
Hey.
Kelly live from a Brazilian rainforest, everybody.
Hey.
Hey. It's not really a rainforest, but I'm
Merry Christmas,
outside.
Mark.
And it is raining, so there you go.
Oh, bugger.
Has it been raining the whole time you've been there?
Yeah,
Oh, not again.
pretty much continuously. It's been a few days where it's been a bit sunny, but it's rained every day.
Is it like being in England, but just a bit more exotic?
It's warmer, certainly warmer. It's still t-shirt weather, but
Oh, right.
not pissing it down right now. It's actually stopped, I think. But yeah,
What
how
time?
are you?
Well, what time is it where you are?
1:10.
Oh,
It's only 3 hours.
oh, that's good. No,
Yes,
trip
yeah.
then.
Mark
we're
and Ian,
fine.
and I'll join a bit later.
You come back, George. I'll
I'll come
WhatsApp
back.
you. Come
Merry
back.
Christmas, Mark. See you soon.
Hi, George. You all right?
Yeah, she's
Yeah,
going.
Merry
She's going to
I'm
come
going to
back.
go and leave you to talk about interesting things now. Come when Lucy's bored and there's no one to play with.
See you
Okay.
see you in a couple of minutes then.
See you soon.
Oh, thank you for. Oh, there you go. Thank you for joining us, Mark. That's very
Yeah,
kind.
what's happening? Is it like, are we broadcasting live on YouTube or something?
We are broadcasting live on YouTube. Yes.
Oh, I better watch my language then.
No,
I wanna Okay.
I
You can say-
had, as I said to you all yesterday, as Pete pointed out, I gave you lots of notice. I had an idea to do a Marillion monthly 24-hour live stream.
Oh wow.
Right.
Hang on a sec, just got a reply to this WhatsApp. Yeah, I thought it would be fun and a bit of a challenge, and I don't know if there's maybe a Guinness World Record out there or something to be had, the most boring 24-hour Zoom call or something, I don't know.
The longest live stream is probably 60 days or something. But anyway.
Yeah, probably. And I just thought a 24-hour one might be fun, and that I could interview everybody that's ever had anything to do with Marillion. And I thought, well, if I'm going to do that, if it's possible, I need to do a trial. So I thought, when is it boring? 29th of December. Let's just do a live stream. And loads of fans are asking questions and watching it, and just thought we could just chat and talk bollocks. Just had a lovely chat with Pete.
Love it. All right. So my timing was quite good then, really, because
Yeah, literally, Pete just hung up and went to go and eat crumpets.
Because I only just saw your reminder message pop up, which you sent over an hour ago, and I was like, oh my god, yeah, the live stream. Let's go see what's happening.
Well, me and Pete had a lovely chat. We were talking about his health, and he's feeling good, looking good, so excited for next year because he said he hasn't played live. He hasn't played on a stage since November 2023.
No, that's a shock to the system. Doesn't matter how much rehearsing you do, it's always a shock actually doing a proper gig.
Well, you've only done 2 gigs, haven't you?
I know.
Since
I was about to say, that's it. The cruise, wasn't it? Really, that was it.
H and
Yeah.
Rods have done stuff, obviously, but you two have only done 2 more gigs than Pete.
I've been doing a little bit of work getting together the sounds and stuff for the rehearsals, and of course I can't mention any of the songs, but there's quite a lot of it we've done in the last 10 years, which is great. So, but then there's quite a few that we haven't. So there's a little bit of work to do, but it's all good.
Someone asked, I can't find their question while we're talking, but someone said that they watched the Marillion Monthly that you and I did, Mark, and they said, would you ever consider releasing and selling your own sounds as a package?
Oh, right.
Or are all yours stolen from someone else?
No, some of them on my own, but not enough that I would want to think it would be worth putting together a package. To be honest, there's a few people that I go to for sounds, which I sort of mentioned. And if anybody wants to know who they are, I'm more than happy to share. Give the guys a plug. There's a guy called Matt who does sounds, and another guy. I'd have to. They use, like, pseudonyms. One's called the Unfinished, another one calls himself Luftrum. So they are the 2 main guys, and then there's a lot of people making sounds. It's kind of, for me, it makes sense to start with something that sounds good and then maybe tweak it or change it if I need to. sometimes I get a great sound and I think, oh, it's just not quite right for what I need, you know. But often the sounds are where my inspiration comes from for coming up with parts. So, but yeah, to answer the question, I don't think I've got enough original sounds. If people wanted to know what sounds I use for particular Marillion songs, it's funny, I was watching some YouTube videos. There was a guy doing Cinema Show by Genesis, and there's a big solo in that, and there's a whole bunch of sounds, but they all come from this one keyboard, and the guy played along to the record. I went, oh, and then you switch to this sound and then this sound, and I was like, oh, it's kind of, it's one of those things that you kind of really remember the tune, but you don't realize until you listen to it that carefully that the guy's literally just going through, Tony Banks is just going through a bunch of presets from this
Really?
ARP. Yeah, it was like a synth with a bunch of presets, and he basically just used 5 or 6 of them, and you know, it's a great effect. So
Was that in the days of like Jupiter 8s and stuff then, Mark?
it was actually called an ARP Pro Soloist, the
right.
instrument. But yeah, which was kind of, it literally just had a you know, like organ tabs for each sound, so there were sort of preset sounds. But the Jupiter 8 was more programmable.
Where did you get the sound for the voices at the beginning of an hour before it started?
That was from a Native Instruments sampler called Contact, and there was a library of sounds which I think was called Freya, spelled with a J. And yeah, you can get them as part of the collection of sounds that they sell. That's basically what I use for that.
Ian's, you've heard this. So Ian's got a Range Rover that's got an electric, it's a hybrid, it's an electric. And I noticed the other day when he reverses out the drive, it goes,
It plays chords, yeah.
it plays
Oh, right,
chords.
nice.
And I said to him, I said, you should sample that and give it to Mark. So it's probably trademarked or something. But when he's reversing it, it goes, I don't know why it does it going forward as well, actually. It's not just a reversing noise, it plays weird chords.
Yeah, that's funny you should say that. It was a guy years ago contacted me, and he asked me if I wanted to have a go at coming up with some sounds for, it was either for Rolls Royce or Bentley, I can't remember which. But you know, the sounds that you hear, like the little chimes and stuff.
Yeah.
I gave him a bunch of sounds, but I think they were a bit too adventurous. He was like, we want something a little less noticeable, a little bit more ordinary, you know.
A bit more subtle rather than
right out. You know, you get these little nice little boings and bongs that you hear when you,
Boing.
you know. And I was like, my sounds are like, you know.
Well, my car, went to Tesco's the other day and got back in it and I started it, but it didn't start, nothing. It said main drive fault. I thought,
no.
So I called the Range Rovers and they said, oh, I don't know about that. Be with you in 2 or 3 hours. So then I spoke to someone else. They said, oh, just switch it off, lock it, leave it for 5 minutes and come back. Needed rebooting, and that.
Oh, yeah.
So don't use Range Rovers for getaway cars.
Right. Well, I've got a confession to make, and maybe I should make it publicly, and then you might.
If you've got a Tesla, you're in trouble.
Oh God!
Oh no!
Is that the time? Oh my God! I don't know. Well, yeah. What? I know. What can I say?
How can I sit there?
Well, I did look at the alternatives, and you know, there's the things like BYD and all those Chinese cars and stuff, but they are a bit plasticky and a bit, you know.
In Chinese one in Dubai.
BYD, it was very good.
It was very good. A Tesla turned up on Uber and I cancelled it. Don't give Elon Musk money. He is the Antichrist. What are you doing?
I know. I really don't like him, but I just thought, well, you know, I just wanted an electric car. I think it's a good thing not to fill up your car with petrol all the time. So
Which is H's argument, and I totally get it, but there was a choice of electric cars, and you made a bad choice. And if either of your cars get keyed at Racket, don't look at me.
Well, I said that to her. At least we'll know who did it because we've got cameras all around. So, you know. Because I said to her,
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
He said, Lucy's never going to speak to me again. I said, well, at least there'll be two of us she doesn't speak to.
Band split.
Darling, you're never going to buy a Tesla, are you?
No.
I like your being, that's nice.
Just unbelievable.
I know.
Bad morals.
Well,
I've taken you off Twitter. You're not on Twitter anymore because I'm not giving that man money. And then you and H go and give him money.
well, I stopped using Twitter years ago, so I kind of preempted that. My account is still there, but I don't post.
What colour is it, Mark? White or black?
Oh yeah, it's a bit like a Ford, isn't it? Ford Model T. It's actually Tesla Model S, but it's actually what they call Quicksilver. It's like a grey colour. They got a few new colours.
I don't care.
No.
I don't want to. I'm shocked.
How are you going to get it back from Brazil?
I didn't buy it here. It's sitting at home.
So you bought that a long time ago because there's a waiting list, isn't there? And you bought that a long time.
No,
You're only telling me now.
they did this special thing where they were trying to get rid of all their stock before the end of the year, obviously to make their numbers look good. And there was like basically, 0% finance, free supercharging for a year. It was a good deal. So,
I'm very glad you and H are saving the planet. I'm just sad about the way you're doing it.
Oh, no, it was a difficult decision, I have to say. Oh God.
Anything else that you want to confess while you're there?
That's it. That's it. I think that's enough for one day.
Oh, but another thing I haven't told you, Lucy, I'm actually going on tour with Marathon for all of next year. Do you mind?
No, I haven't got any touring plans. Don't worry. My touring plans are Marillion. Can't wait. I'm really looking forward to it.
Which one are you looking forward to most? Apart from Port Sealand.
Yeah, I was going to say Port Sealand, although it is very stressful the first shows because we always feel a bit under rehearsed and all that. But and it always feels like there's so much to do in that weekend. But it's great. I love it. Which one am I looking forward to the most? I think one's the Spanish one that we haven't done before.
Girona.
Yeah, and Paris. That could be good too.
Oslo, don't forget Oslo, that's a newie.
Oh yeah, Oslo. Yeah.
Now everyone going to any of the others is going to be upset. Leicester, Berlin, Montreal.
Yeah.
Well, they're all really good, aren't they? They've all been good.
Yeah, they are all great.
Padua, forgot one.
Padua, no, that was the first one that came to mind, but I thought that was a bit of an obvious one because it's in a nice place and all that, but get to do a bit of tourism.
I'm looking forward to all of them. Ask me that again halfway through.
Yeah.
Will you do me a favour? Just talk to him for a minute while I just get the loo.
No.
Ask him a question. Go on, interview the bandmate.
Oh.
Have you been here the whole time, Ian?
No. I just got back from taking the dogs for a walk, and I just opened the door and got pulled in.
All right.
So
what else is new? I still haven't submitted my accounts for the end of the year. It's just kind of playing on my mind a bit. I was going to do that, and then I thought, no, I'll do some Marillion stuff. It's much more interesting.
Yeah, I wanted to be a lion tamer. Accounts. Oh, Jesus.
Sorry, shouldn't have brought that up. But it's that end of January thing. I'm sure there's a few people out there that will feel the same.
It's not right, is it? Why do they do that for January? All with accounts and VAT and all that stuff. It's like, happy Christmas, have a good time. Right now you're in trouble.
Yeah.
What's that?
Just saying.
Accounts.
I've just been putting it off, finishing up the accounts stuff and sending it to our accountant so he can do
Got to be
boring
done
stuff.
by the 31st of January, hasn't it?
That's right. Yeah.
Rocky.
Well,
Oh well, what are you doing for the rest of the day then, Mark? And what are you doing New Year's Eve? That's a good question.
New Year's Eve. Well, we're just here. I'm in Brazil, in near, very close to Belo Horizonte. It's a place called Nova Lima, which is out of the city. As you can see, we're kind of a bit jungly here.
It looks very jungly, doesn't it?
How's your Brazilian coming on? Can you speak anything yet?
Tudo bem, and all that, you know. Bom dia.
So no.
Oh, yeah.
I think the Web Brazil are probably watching, so wave to them and say
okay.
something in Brazilian.
No, I can't. No.
Can you count to 5?
Yeah.
Go on.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Oh, that's shocking.
I know. I'm going to teach myself Portuguese for this next year. I think I've been coming here for 10 years now, you know.
Oh, yeah,
So-
really?
A lot of people use that Duolingo app.
Yeah, I've tried them all. The problem is you still have to do some learning. It's great getting the apps, you know.
Well, your wife is Brazilian, so you could
Like fitness,
sit
you
with
know.
her 5 minutes every
You get all the
night.
equipment, you get all the equipment for fitness, but unless you actually work out, you don't get fit. So it's the same with these apps. I've got like on my phone, I'm going to tell you now, hang on a second. I've got a little see all those, they're all Portuguese apps. Busa, Link, Memrise, Itaki, Fluent Forever, Duolingo, Babel. Shall I stop?
But you've got a Brazilian wife. Why not just ask her? You don't need an app.
I know, but it's one of those things that everybody speaks English, so you know.
That's the problem, isn't it?
I can understand a little bit. You know,
We
more
are so lazy as a species, the English.
the species.
Well, the English, just everyone everywhere speaks English, don't they?
Yeah, when I lived in Holland, I used to, I thought I should learn a bit of Dutch, and the bass player, they all spoke brilliant English, and I remember, just shut up,
What
So-
do you know in Dutch?
I know it's swear words.
Go on then.
No,
I'm just
Why?
getting a hard time from Lucy about not learning to speak Portuguese.
Yeah, Karina, make him learn.
She's getting a beer. That's a good idea.
What is beer in Brazilian?
Cerveja.
There you go.
a pint.
At least she's told him that's what it is, but actually he's saying that word and actually he's just going on a rhubarb or something.
No, it is.
You sure?
Ah. It's just Lucy and Ian and me at the moment.
Hopeless.
Morning.
I stream on YouTube, so there's a few people watching.
Merry Christmas.
We're just telling him off, Karina, for not learning your beautiful language.
Thank you for doing it. Maybe he'll listen to you.
No, of course he won't. Has he ever listened to you in 40 years?
Have
I
I
was thinking.
Cheers.
got-
Hoje. That's Portuguese for cheers. It actually means health, but
So there's 2 words, you know.
I know all the important words.
What, beer, cheers,
Yeah,
please and thank you. You must know that.
of course. Yeah, please is por favor. Thank you is obrigado. And onde fica banheiro is where's the toilet.
Can I like, it's not true, but someone told me when I was younger, and I believed them for years, that if you asked for 2 beers in Germany, you said die bitter bitter. 2
Yeah,
bitters, please. It's not true
no,
because bitter isn't called bitter.
not bitter. Yeah,
But for years, I used to think you say die bitter bitter.
Please, please.
So in fact, if I ever said it to her, I was saying 2, please, please.
but die is not 2. Zwei. Ein, zwei.
Oh yeah. Oh, what
Yeah.
the hell were they saying I could say then?
just English pronunciation, you know. So
Diabetes. Oh, on that note, well, thank you for popping in and seeing us, Mark. And I'm not sure I like the background behind you, but
Oh, it looks like you're on.
it's
Get
beautiful.
me out of here.
Except the sky's grey.
Oh,
yeah, I told you it's very wet. Can you hear the sound of the rain? Probably not. There's a bit of traffic around.
No.
No. So, what time is it there, Mark? Is it morning or?
1:30 in the afternoon.
All right.
lunch. Yeah.
When are you coming home?
On the
I miss you.
The
oh yeah,
4th?
are we back in the studio on Monday the 6th?
Yes, that's the plan.
Great.
I'm not coming in because I've got a dentist appointment, and as you know, from my fear of dentists, I have to be sedated.
All right. Well, she'll be talking bollocks then.
Now that's when I should do the live stream.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I'd get fired on the spot.
Okay,
I've got to have I've got to have another implant, Mark.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's bad.
It
Well,
is-
I had my usual health checkup while I was here, and it's all fine.
Oh, good.
Apart from the brain is missing, but you know.
Yeah. From the obvious.
Well, that's good to hear.
Yeah.
Have you had any procedures done? Have you had new teeth or a bit of liposuction?
No, I didn't get to see the dentist this time. What am I going to? I've got to get a bit of sun damage treated on my head and my nose here. They're going to put some acid on it, so I'll probably look a bit scabby when I come into the studio.
You're having acid put on your head.
Well, yeah, because if you've got like sun damage, you get like little sore bits that don't heal properly, and if you leave it, it can turn into cancer. So they basically burn it, and then it kills it, and then you grow new skin, and then it's all fine.
Oh, that's spot on.
Yeah, spot on. Definitely.
You're having all this done next week, are you?
Only a few spots. It's not like I'm going to have one big scab on my head, you know. So it should be fine. I'll wear a hat. Don't worry.
Mark's head's on fire again. Oh, don't worry.
It's fine. What did you do in Brazil? I had acid poured on my head. How about you? Right, okay, Mark, go and enjoy the rest of your holiday, and thank you for stopping by.
Yeah, lovely to see you both, and see you next week in a bit.
Yeah, Happy New Year, Mark.
It's not next week, after.
God,
A week tomorrow.
Yes.
is it?
It's a week tomorrow. You're back at work.
Yeah.
Come on.
Really?
Come on, the Murillos. Bye.
Happy New Year!
Bye, darling.
Happy New Year,
Feliz Ano
Serena.
Novo!
Ano Novo.
Feliz Ano Novo!
Happy New Year in Portuguese.
Feliz Ano Novo.
Yeah, well done.
Come on, Mark.
Muito bom.
Ciao!
Ciao. Bye.
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 Do I need to kick him out?
Who?
No, I'm leaving, don't
Well,
worry.
I had to kick Pete out. Do you know how to do it? No.
Right.
Right, you can go again now if you want,
All right.
and come back again later.
All right then.
Because missing you, I might have to have a cigarette. It's a bit rude, but warning, this live stream may contain swearing, cigarettes, no alcohol because I don't drink. Stephanie! I've got your cigarettes, Ian. The Bradley, the Bradley, the Bradley. Whoop, 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 whoop. This live stream may contain swearing, cigarettes. Stephanie, you've got to switch YouTube off. Otherwise, we'll hear ourselves.
Hello.
Gorgeousness.
Hello.
I'm going to introduce you because I've been introducing everybody. This is Stephanie Bradley. If you don't know who she is, you should absolutely know who she is. If you're coming to Port Zealand, you should definitely know who she is. Stephanie organises all the accommodation, all your bookings, everything for Port Zealand. Be nice to her, suck up to her, don't fuck her off.
Yeah, I'm sitting here Portland headquarters, also known as my very messy desk. Actually, my office, I've just realised how really bad my office is. I'm part way through a sort out, so it obviously got put on hold over Christmas because I wasn't here. So, but yeah, millions and millions. My desk is just covered with spreadsheets with all
Hurrah!
the lovely names on. So
How are you, Bradders?
I'm all right. Actually, I'd a bit black bags under my eyes. Our remaining guinea pig has been poorly, has got a respiratory infection. So I've been up through the night, hand feeding him with a syringe for food that he really, really, really didn't want to have because he stopped eating. So it was all a bit scary. And when guinea pigs stop eating, that's kind of like the end. So you have to give them this gunky, disgusting smelling stuff from a syringe that he really didn't want. But he seems to have made a good recovery overnight and is tucking into lettuce and cucumber and peppers and things. Hurrah! Thank goodness. But I'm ready for an afternoon nap, really, to be quite honest.
Have a snooze anytime you like, because you know what? It's Christmas.
Exactly.
It's Sunday the 29th. It's actually pitch black outside now. I hate winter.
Did you get any sun in Tring? We had sun for maybe like 10 minutes.
Hour.
Oh, okay. You did better than us then in your Tring microclimate. So
Yeah. Oh, it should tell people we have this. Stephanie lives like, what is it, 8 miles away?
yeah.
Stephanie lives 8 miles away from me, and I'm not exaggerating when I say we can and do have totally different weather to each other.
Yeah.
She'll like, and the same with George in London. George will post a picture of, blue sky, and I'll be sitting here in snow, It's just like, and it's where Tring is, where I live. It's like it's got its own microclimate. It's bonkers.
It's the same with Bovingdon when my kids used to go to school. I'd set off in the morning and I'd end up in a completely different climate zone. And that's just
because we're in hills, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all the
I don't know
children.
whether I'm up or down or
You're up from me.
am I?
Yes. Yes.
I'd rather be down. You have better weather.
Often than not, I'm driving up the A41 and and I get to Tring. I'm like, this is completely different. And then when you go over the hill and you've got all of the Aylesbury Valley in front of us, that can look completely different as well.
I actually took a photograph once of the black cloud of Tring as we were approaching it on the A41 and posted it. It's like there literally is a black cloud over my damn house. So, Steffers,
Yes.
tell us what you're looking forward to at Port Zealand.
Oh, I'm just looking forward to being back there. It's weird. After when we did last year, last year, because we're still in 2024, aren't we just?
Yes, last year, bloody hell.
So when we did last year, it was so weird when, we pulled up on the coach and it was like coming home. It was like it hadn't been 4 years. It felt like we'd just done a Meridian weekend the year before. And I guess it's because, well, this here, this is the plan. This is in my head.
Looks like a penis, that middle bit.
It does, doesn't it?
What is that bit? Is that the marina?
That's the marina. That's where all the apartments are in the middle.
Or as we're now going to call it, Knob Zealand.
Indeed.
Is that all the two berths?
Sorry?
Is that all the two berths?
2s and 4s.
2s and 4s are going to be staying in Knob Zealand.
Yes.
Someone make a flag.
But yeah, it all lives in my head. And I kind of, after this is the 9th time. So I have this mental map of where everything is, all the cottages and everything. In fact, sometimes when I've been talking to Miriam, the lovely Miriam, who runs all of the reception at Centre Park, because all the staff are just wonderful. We've often been talking about cottages and when Bianca was my main counterpart there before, I mentioned something and she said, you know this part better than we do.
Someone asked the question earlier. I'm sorry I haven't got your name, but I can't keep scrolling through hundreds of comments. Someone said this is obviously the last Port Zealand, but if they do come back and say you can have another one, are we going to do it? And my answer to that would be absolutely yes.
Oh, definitely. Definitely.
Yeah.
It's just, it's really hard to narrow it down to any one thing that I'm looking forward to the most. Because it's all just, it sounds really twee and whatever, but it's all just wonderful. It's, I tried to explain to people, I've just been away for Christmas, and you end up talking to people over dinner, and you try to explain to them what it is you do and what it is, the whole Centre Parks thing, and you can see people looking, and you think that there aren't really the right words to be able to explain it properly that encapsulate everything that goes on.
Yeah.
Which
And
is
it's
kind of
really
sad.
long this year.
It is.
I mean, you're going to go over on the Sunday, aren't you? And I'm
I'm
going
going
over
over on the Sunday.
and-
Hopefully, well, definitely this time I won't waste a day, because last time I went a day earlier and then spent a day wasting trying to sort out where my luggage was, and then racing off.
coming on the bus with me on the Tuesday.
It is coming. I will have hand
Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night, 6 nights, and you're going to have 8 nights.
No.
That's forever. We might as well live there.
But hopefully I'll have a little bit more time to actually relax while I'm there. I mean, because it wasn't until, I'm just trying to think, I think it wasn't until 2017 that I found the other beach, the big beach with all the cafes on.
I've never been to the beach.
Wow, it took me that long to find it. Was like wow, this is here. People have spoken about the beach, and
I drove out on my golf buggy and thought I'll go and find the beach, and then I got scared because I thought, what if I haven't charged it enough? So I just turned around and came back again, and then the bloke on the door was there, and he said, I can't do a Dutch accent, it'll be German. There's German Dutch accent. He said, you shouldn't have left the park. And I was like, sorry. I know the park because I drive around it in my buggy,
Yeah.
or in the old days on my bike, but outside, like, I know the supermarket in Udorp where the lovely Rich drives us to buy food.
Yes.
We won't need to do that this year because, again, so what happened last year, just so everyone knows who's listening, the band were all flying over, and the night before we got a phone, we got the BA thing that said, sorry, your flight's cancelled. It's like so we phoned the tour bus company and we said, help, you haven't got a tour bus with 16 berths in it so we can bring the band and crew over, please, thank you very much. And luckily they did, so we got it all organised within 10 hours, and then we all turned up at the Racquet Club, got on the bus and laid in our bunks and arrived at Port Zealand, and we enjoyed it so much more than flying that we're doing it deliberately this year.
Yeah, fortunately, because we live not far away, well, my husband couldn't drive because he had fractured his hip, so he couldn't actually even walk. And so I'd had to get my son to pack a few bits and bobs. Now, if my daughter had been here, it would have been fine, but she was away at university. So I'm literally talking my son through, like, get that from the wardrobe, get that from quickly. And then Steph's husband, John, who lives just up the road, came down, took it and whipped it over to Lucy so it could come across on the tour bus. And of course, my luggage that had gone back to Heathrow the day before would have come on the flights that they were coming on that were then cancelled. So I didn't actually get my luggage until the Thursday. So
it was you and Steph
and
and
Steph.
Phil Brown, a couple
Yeah,
of
it was 11 of us, 11 of the crew didn't get our luggage. And it was only through Mike Hudson literally going over and above with all his contacts in the airline industry, tracking down our cases. And at least we had air tags in them to get them sent back. I actually couldn't believe it when it arrived on the Thursday. And Rich, so literally we'd all arrived finally from Schiphol Airport, and the bus driver was running out of time because we'd had to spend ages filling in all the forms, and it was a real drama. So we literally, she had about 10 minutes left on her taco to drive us there. And we got there and we sat down, Richard organised food and everything for us. And then he got the phone call saying all the flights had been cancelled. So he then had to sort out the tour bus and everything.
Oh,
It was a night of drama for him. It really was.
It really was, but it was like, got it. It was fun. It was actually really enjoyable being on the tour bus. Not going out was one thing, but coming home was brilliant. I was so exhausted. Just got in my bunk, laid down all the way to the ferry, and then got off and sat on the ferry. But we're not doing the ferry next year. We've booked the
Oh,
Euro,
you're in the tunnel.
which I think you still have to get off. No, you don't.
I don't know about if you're on a bus. When you're in a car, you can.
Oh no, you get off at customs, but then hello.
No, John.
Hello, I'm going to introduce John now. This is the lovely John Merrick, who is one of the hosts of the Planet Marzipan, a Marillion and Fish podcast.
Hello,
Hello, John.
Merry Twixmas.
Merry Christmas. Just thought, in between band members and stuff, that we'd just get a load of us on here that are all Marillion related, just to talk a load of bollocks.
It's what we do best, isn't it?
Yeah,
If you've ever listened to the podcast, you'll know that, yeah. Apart from when we get esteemed guests like yourselves on, where the standard jumps up a little. Oh, there he is.
And here is Craig, who is the other co-host. You're on mute. Who's the other co-host of the Marillion podcast? Hello, Craig.
He was dancing away. It looked like he was having his own private disco there.
Miming, look.
So I was just talking to Stephanie about Port Zealand and asking her what she's most looking forward to, and she can't put her finger on it. What are you two most looking forward to?
Well, at the risk of upsetting you, Lucy, I'm most looking forward to Stephanie's prog disco.
Get in.
Fucking hell.
You just see that exit button.
Oh my God. Hang on. Remove.
Sorry. Bye. We can never get in.
Craig, what are you most looking forward to?
Think very carefully before you answer.
Craig, did you just say the prog disco? You don't even like prog.
I know, but it's always good fun. And you can never get into the rock
God's
disco.
sake. Georgina, if you're watching this, will you come on and say my disco, please?
Lucy, the reason is we can't get in yours. It's always oversubscribed.
That's a so much better answer.
It's true though, as well, but we do love the prog disco.
Yeah, I just get all the rejects.
Yeah, we're the overflow, aren't we?
Is that what it is?
Definitely.
The affluence.
I haven't even started thinking about my playlist.
I know. I'm gonna
George!
have to look back
George!
at It's George.
George, what
Sorry.
are you looking forward to at Port Zealand?
What am I looking forward to at Port Zealand?
You better say hugs from us.
And the rock disco, obviously.
2-1.
You'll poison me tomorrow, Stephanie, if I don't say the rock disco.
That's true. That is true.
So I didn't see your message, Lucy, because I was icing a cake for tomorrow.
You bringing a cake? George is coming to my house tomorrow. My house, Ian's house as well, but our house. Are you bringing me a cake?
Ooh.
Nice for some.
New Year's Eve cake.
I'm hoping you're stopping off on the way with a slice, as you drive past.
Just drop in, Stephanie. Carry out.
Apart from the rock and the prog discos, what are you looking forward to at Port Zealand, John and Craig?
The gigs, obviously.
Yeah, if there's anything like 2023, the gigs, because I mean, if you've listened to the podcast, you'll know I think the Sunday night in Port Zealand was the best set list I've seen for many a year. It was amazing. So can we have more of that, please?
The Sunday night.
The Sunday night, I loved the Sunday night, yeah.
I loved all of it, especially now before it's dark live again. I never got bored with
Yeah,
seeing
yeah,
that.
yeah.
I'm going to put a little wager on. I think the Sunday night at Port Zealand this year, you will love the most.
Okay. Wow. Cryptic.
Got really weird taste in songs though, Lucy. So it's hard
Oh,
to say.
here we go.
Cool.
Trance remix of Eldorado coming. Yeah, I can feel it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Eldorado Big Beat Mix.
Yes.
Ian
Yeah.
on the drums.
I love that.
No. So come on, John, do this as a podcast. Ask us questions. Come on,
Ask me
interview.
questions.
You got 3 gorgeous girls and Craig.
Okay. Okay. If I just want word association, right? The first thing that comes into your mind when I say the words Port Zealand.
Tired.
Tired. Okay.
Chocomel.
Chocomel. Oh, yes. Good answer.
Norwegians.
We'll just draw a line under that. Yeah.
Enough to see that.
And we both know where your special place is that you go at the end of the Port Zealand weekend on site. So can you tell the listeners what happens there? Or the viewers, sorry, what happens there?
We lie on the floor going, oh my God, I'm so tired, laughing like Rusty Lee and taking selfies. And receiving visitors.
I see.
Visitors.
Whilst laying on the floor.
And Ian normally turns up, doesn't he?
Once chose Craig's wedding venue whilst lying on that floor.
We did indeed.
It was a good choice. It was great. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, where's your special place at the end of the Marillion weekend?
We usually end up in Billy's Burgers at the end, or whatever it's called now, at the end.
Is it Fritz this year or something?
Yeah,
They
yeah.
change it every time.
It'll always be Billy's Burgers to us, won't it? We usually end up in Billy's Burgers, dissecting the weekend and planning where we're going to meet next. Because you know, we both only do Port Zealand and Leicester.
And the UK, yeah.
Yeah. So planning where we're going to touch base with people next. But yeah.
Oh, Stephanie, that reminds me.
God.
Bit of a
Work day.
It's a work question. I saw Kurt Van Overen said that he was trying to book a meal package, and in the drop-down menu, it doesn't list the United States of America.
Yeah, and I answered. So
Oh, what was
But
the thing?
I think you can just put any country in, because someone else had asked for America, had already asked me, and I just said put the Centre Parks postcode in and just pick any country. So
Oh, okay, cool.
but I've fired it off to Dolly, so when she's back in action, she'll answer for real.
You can't forget the United States of America. How rude would
I think it's just because it's on their own booking system for the shop and the restaurants. And I
they
guess
don't
they
get
don't
many
really have
people.
from America. So
But you wouldn't think they'd get anyone from Australia or Peru or Brazil or
don't know.
the
Dunno.
country list is looking good, guys.
It's in hand anyway. So
The country, talk amongst yourselves. I'll find the country list and I'll read it out to you because it's looking good.
Stephanie, did you see the first, no spoilers, but did you see the first bit of merch that I got delivered a few months ago? Have you seen it yet?
yes,
It's pretty.
It's very pretty, very pretty. I think that's going to go
Nothing
down.
like dangling carrots, is there?
Is this the merch that's under your bed, George?
Save your money, kids.
Yeah, save the
Shall
money.
I show them?
Well, I was going to say I've got one here.
Shall
Yes.
we spoiler alert?
Yes.
No, because
Yes.
Right, no.
I've not shown it to anybody.
That's all I'm showing. That was
I've
just
had one since
Yeah.
about March, and I've not shown it to anybody.
All right, no, we're not allowed.
no.
So, George,
Yes.
tell the viewers, listeners, tell us about a bit of the Port Zealand merch. Come on, what have you got up your sleeve?
Well, we've got some new things that we haven't done, items that we haven't done before. I mean, how much do you want me to say? All right, for me to tell them about actual things.
Go ahead.
So we're doing socks this time. And the
With the band
design,
members' faces on.
the design for the socks is so beautiful. Actually, before I say anything else, Mark Kennedy literally has done the most beautiful designs for merch this time. They're unbelievable. It's really interesting because I will send him an idea for something, and obviously I'm not a designer, so I'll be like, I want it to look a bit like this, and then he just sends me back like a work of absolute beauty. Or like I described something to him the other day that when we were talking about doing socks last time, that he tried a design out to do for a t-shirt, and he came back and it just looked absolutely amazing. So he's just really brilliant at taking like a kernel of an idea and making it look amazing. Or just like Lucy put up in one of our meetings, like a really random t-shirt and was like, I quite liked this. And there was no like, how do we turn that into something Marillion related? It was just quite like this as a concept. And then he's made a really beautiful design out of it. So there's some really, really lovely stuff this year. Everyone says whenever I put anything up on the Port Zealand site that they don't want loads of black things. So if they don't buy my colourful merch this year, then we'll be back to black for the rest of the conventions. So use it or lose it, kids. You know, Stephanie will be printing everything on black stock if you don't buy my stuff in Port Zealand. But we are going to use, you know, there will be some muted colours because not everyone likes the colour. But certainly we're going to use some colours that we haven't used before for items that we haven't used before.
And we've got 2 new making of CDs that James Levy's put together. We've got the making of can't remember.
An hour before it starts?
I don't know.
It was fear last time, so it would make sense.
Yeah.
I don't know. James, if you watch it, can you send me a WhatsApp and tell me? I might even get you to come on and explain. 2 new making ofs.
Brilliant.
What fucking hell?
Just blame it on the Brussels sprouts and Christmas pudding.
No, it's just me. I can't remember anything. Colin Price, you know, Marillion's old guitar tech, he messaged me the other day and said he'd been listening to your podcast, John and Craig, and he said, it's really funny, you can't remember anything, can you?
Well, we invited Colin on the podcast because he joined the group about 4 weeks ago. So we invited Colin on, but I'm still waiting for a reply, actually. But
he replied and he said he'll do it if you can get Eric.
that sounds like box office to me.
It does to me too.
Or a lawsuit, whichever comes first. Yeah.
I'll put you in touch with both of them. That'll be fine. But God, yeah, my memory is just like, thank God I've got Stephanie and George in my life to remind me of things. I literally can't. 80s song lyrics, word perfect.
Yeah.
With harmonies.
With the harmonies. I did John Taylor in Duran Duran. I did his harmony. Word perfect. But what happened last week? Not a clue. Anything further back than that? Not. People go, did you have a good childhood? I go, don't know.
So long ago.
My brother's the same, apparently. My sister-in-law says it drives her mad. She says to Andre, you know, what was your favourite programme as a child? And he just goes, well, I don't know. Don't know. What did I watch as a child? It's sad, isn't it?
Comes to us all, Lucy.
They were produced fully grown at 35.
I was born at 35.
Yeah, just literally out of a test tube like that. There you go.
George, that thing behind you, what song is that? Is that a Marillion song?
No, it's Kashmir.
Oh, which bit?
All of it.
It looks like that, does it?
Hmm.
Who
Yeah.
knew?
Yeah, because we walked down the aisle to we walked back up the aisle to Kashmir. Walked down the aisle to Neverland, Don.
Yeah,
Most beautiful
classic.
song ever written.
Yeah, of course.
I walked back up the aisle to Kashmir.
Rarely heard.
Does John not like Neverland?
I love Neverland, but they play it a lot.
They didn't play it for like 3 frigging years. So that it could be given a rest, and then they play it once, and people like you go, play it all
I
the
think we
time."
should talk about this on a podcast, Lucy.
Well, I'm recording this, so you can use this
It's-
as your very own podcast.
We have some episodes planned for Marbles for this coming year, so
About 16 of them, I think.
we would
this
love
week.
to invite you guys on to come and talk about it. George, you can come on and talk about Neverland.
I will come on and talk about Neverland and drilling holes.
Yeah. Can I ask a merch question?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can I ask two? Because I'm going to cheat. We have a slot on the podcast called Just for the Record, which is for the vinyl fans. And Seamus Colgan will never forgive me if I didn't ask you, are there any vinyl releases planned for the near future?
Well, I can answer that because these two probably can't.
Okay.
Yes.
Right then. Okay.
No, I need Mark Kennedy. He can tell you what they are because Mark has organised it all. But Remains of the Day, I think the Friday night, but it might be the Saturday or it could be the Sunday. I don't know, which is why I need Mark Kennedy. Remains of the Day is going to be
Remains of the Weekend.
Weekend.
whatever. Remains of the Weekend. Is that the Sunday
The
night?
Friday. It's the Friday.
I don't know anything.
It's the Friday that you're bringing in.
That's coming out on vinyl for Port Zealand. Afraid of Sunlight Live from somewhere is coming out
Butlins.
of Port Zealand. And
Unplugged at the Walls. Unplugged at the Walls.
no, that's on the to-do list. Another one. Mark Kennedy will come on and he'll tell you there's 3 vinyl releases in time for Port Zealand and the other conventions. They're being made by a company up north somewhere. We're just waiting for the test pressings, and it's just a limited edition run of each of them. And we're having those shipped directly to Holland for the conventions. And then H has just done a deal with Ear Music and Ice Cream Genius and his Ranastrani. How do you say it?
Ranastrani, I think. Yeah, I believe. I don't know.
The gig he did with them.
Yeah.
That's being released on vinyl via the record company.
Wow.
So that's 5 new vinyl.
5, yeah.
And then if these limited edition vinyl things work and sell, Mark had come up with ideas for about another 8 more. So
Wow.
every 3 months we could release one through Racket just for the vinyl collectors. And yes, Unplugged at the Walls is one, but that needs to be a quadruple vinyl. So we didn't want to do that in the first run because they cost quite a lot because we're only making small runs.
Brilliant. Wow.
So how big are the runs going to be? Are them is about 500 or 1,000 or something?
300.
300.
300.
So-
Remains of the Weekend is 500
Right.
just to
I
see
will.
how. But
Just to see
that
how it goes.
one, the Remains one, will probably keep selling, and we might have underestimated what we've done on the other 2, so we might have to repress them and do higher amounts. It's just I didn't want to order 500 and then find that, because everyone goes, oh, I collect vinyl, but I'm not actually sure how many people actually do. So we thought we'd not underestimate, but think what will sell, see how it sells, and then we can always order more. And then when we do the new ones, make them bigger. things. Plus the fact, you know, having to store that amount of vinyl, as Stephanie knows, down at Racket, it's just boxes everywhere all the time. So
And it's worth just dipping the toe in the water just to see how it goes to begin with, isn't it?
yeah, yeah. But they look good, and Mike Hunter's done some stuff to. I think it could be a piss up in a brewery.
Oh yes, yeah,
It could be
brilliant.
that one.
Yeah.
Can't remember. As I said, Mark will come on soon, won't you,
Yeah.
Mark? And Mike's done some tweaks on them to make them sound.
He's mastered it for vinyl.
That's the one.
Yes, brilliant. Can I ask one that George can answer then? Probably.
Yes.
Is there any chance of a new tracksuit top, George?
Possibly.
All right, don't answer that.
It's a tracksuit top.
You know the Slazenger top we're looking into?
Oh, okay. That's a jacket, isn't it? Tracksuit top sounds a bit
Well, it's the Slazenger one. George knows is my favourite item of merch across the years. It was brilliant.
Yeah. We're
Nice
trying to get
embroidered badge and everything.
we're trying to get the stock. If we can get the stock, we will.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, Lucy, I think James is hanging around ready to answer your question.
Is it?
Mr.
Send him the
Levy.
link.
I think he's got it.
No, I hadn't sent it to him. Send him the link, and James can come and answer the question. Whoever's watching and doesn't know who James is, James Levy is the official Marillion archivist. He's basically spent a lot of time up in Marillion's attic at the Racket Club and sorted out all the audio digital shit that we've got up in the attic, and has been putting it and compiling it and listening to it and just being a jolly good all-round chap, because we'd never get round to doing it.
And he's been a regular contributor to our podcast
Yeah.
when we're reviewing albums, and his insights are great.
Yeah, he's invaluable. Some of the things that he knows, you know, the origins of songs and where they came from and what year they came from is brilliant.
And
Brilliant.
how many
James,
variations and different kind of versions of things, and how long they've been sitting in the archive. He knows everything.
Yeah.
And he's a
Oh, no.
top chap on top.
While we're waiting for him, John, do that. Ask us the word association thing again. Ask us some more things, because I enjoyed that.
He did.
Yeah.
What shall we say? Leicester.
Fun.
Fun. It's good.
Wine.
Prosecco.
Oh,
No, do you know what it is? It's with these things that Jane Moyer brings. We have to see whether there's one still on the top of the picture. Well, there's James.
What?
Yeah, I
cheese
think it was
twirl.
Alan. Yeah, the Parmesan cheese bites.
Oh yeah.
Alan and Mark Kennedy put one on top of a picture in the bar, and then 2 years later, when we went back, it was still there, so we left it. So it's been there 4 years now, so we need to check in May if it's good that it's sixth year. They're just about as regularly as I do.
James. James.
Hello,
What are
James.
the 2 albums you've kindly put together that I've completely forgotten?
It's I think George was right. I think it's An Hour Before It's Dark. And Holidays in Eden.
Oh,
Ooh.
sorry.
Because there's lots and lots of stuff that I found in the archive that hasn't been used yet. So yeah, we're just doing that one.
Have we done the artwork or anything for any of this?
I haven't seen it yet, no.
So Mark Kennedy, if you're listening, you need to design that as well.
He hasn't got long, has he?
He's got an hour.
Say,
What
James,
kind
are you plugging something with a
Yeah, nice
by the
t-shirt,
way?
James.
Yeah, sorry, I'm joining the club as well.
George, just get some. You're wearing black. Just get some chalk and write Planet Marzipan. I've got Jordash on mine. What's Stephanie? Oh, she's nothing.
Stephanie's just in a
But
signature
I've got
colour.
a lovely necklace that someone bought me for Christmas, so
Would that be me?
that will be you with the earrings to match. So
Did you mention Lucy a live AOS vinyl? Did I hear? As I was just waiting to get on.
Yes, you did.
It's 2003 convention.
Thank
What
you.
it is.
Oh,
Right.
you know what the vinyls are, do you?
Mike's told me a couple.
There you go. Was the other one Piss Up in a Brewery?
Yeah, we have talked about that one. So yes.
2003 Afraid of Sunlight,
Yep.
live, and Piss Up in a Brewery.
Yes.
And Remains of the Weekend.
Yeah.
Well, John, you'll have to get reviewing them, won't you?
Will they all be ready for Port Zealand, Luce?
Yes.
I'm gonna have to pay excess baggage, aren't I, on the flight to get back?
You are anyway, because when you see the t-shirt designs, you'll want one of each.
I think you should start the standing orders now, George. Just allow a monthly payment to start now.
Well, we're going out on the Sunday as well. And the merch team are all arriving Monday. So we'll do setup on Tuesday. So we'll be open at midday on Wednesday.
Wow. Okay.
You'll not be there yet, John. You don't land till lunchtime on Wednesday.
Well, you're
Wow.
all at the fish gig the Monday night, aren't you?
Yeah, Sunday,
Yes.
Monday.
Yeah.
Nice, easy Wednesday. I never thought about that because Wednesday's always crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we're going to stay open a bit later on Wednesday since there's no gig.
And then shopping day Thursday, shopping day Friday, shopping day Saturday. No one's shopping on the Sunday. If they haven't bought by then, tough.
Are you closing on Sunday? We're usually open till 1.
Yeah, but you've got an extra day to sell, so surely you should just shut so that you can just pack it away and not be manic.
Can
Just-
do.
Don't you think, everybody? Don't we think
Yeah.
we should relax, Stephanie? Yeah.
Tell you what, it'd be nice.
Enjoy it.
Be nice to have a little lie-in on Sunday and then mosey over and start packing up.
I think I'm calling it now. Don't have the merch stall open on Sunday because it's open Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Friday is all day. You know,
Thursday's all day, Friday's all day, Saturday's all day.
do not open Sunday. Have a lie-in, pack the truck, go to what I think will be John's favourite Marillion gig on the Sunday night.
Amazing.
Well, you was only saying, George, on the episode that goes out this coming Tuesday, that you never remember the Sunday night at the convention because you're too busy, too whacked out after packing everything down. So this would allow you to enjoy that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I missed most of Lucy's audience with last year because by the time we'd finished packing, I needed to eat something. So
I haven't started planning that either.
I won't miss that. I don't remember much about the second bit of your marzipan episode because I was well into a bottle of wine by then.
You were well into a bottle of wine.
You got much better in the second half, George. Amazing.
Word association for all of you in alphabetical order. Which is that? Craig.
Craig, James, John, George, Stephanie.
Right. So Craig first. So word association. Ian.
Legend.
Funny.
Hello.
I was going to go hilarious, but
That's a different word.
yeah, okay, hilarious.
Love.
Oh.
Cars.
Cars.
Come on, Lucy, what about you? On the spot.
One word. Perfect.
Oh.
Oh. Are you going to say black?
Word association. Neverland.
Love.
Epic.
Craig.
Epic.
Epic.
Gorgeous.
Oh.
Kitchen.
Primark.
Why, Stephanie?
I had it on earphones and I was walking around Primark and I literally just stopped and just was like, I had to go and hide amongst the clothes rack because I was crying.
The best word association ever. Neverland, Primark. Oh, I'm scared to ask another one. No, someone else ask while I just look up and see if there's any questions on my thing.
No, I'm going to ask one, but I'm going to ask you to answer it first, Lucy.
Go on.
Fish.
Chips.
Oh, God.
Pop out.
Oh.
Fish. Vigil.
Right. Okay. Stephanie?
I was going to say chips because that's all I've been thinking of because I've
You're
been
not
down by
allowed
the
to.
seaside, but I'll come back to me.
George?
Fantasist.
Fair enough. Craig?
Crofter?
Sorry, Crofter. Yeah.
With a question mark.
James?
Tall.
Oh, fair enough.
Garden.
Garden.
Yeah, okay.
It's a long story.
Darren Newitt says, will there be a Marbles Deluxe reissue with a surround sound mix? James, do we have enough shit to add to a Marbles Deluxe reissue edition thing?
Oh God, there's tons of marble stuff. Actually, I've got some stuff here. Do you want to? I'll show you. Hang on.
Oh, and here's
Ooh.
one I prepared earlier.
Is that Blue Peter? There he is. Oh,
If you can see that, there's
reckon-
3 of them, and that's DATs, CDs, and everything for marbles. There's tons of it.
Just
Wow.
marbles.
Just marbles.
Wow.
So that'll be a super deluxe version.
Yeah. 16 CD set.
2 Blu-rays and a super mate.
Has there ever been a 5.1 of marbles?
No.
No.
We want one,
Yes,
do
please.
we?
Yeah,
And-
there's so much of marbles. It's like 230 mini discs of the jams and writing and everything. So yeah, there will be.
You catalogued it, James.
I've got to do that. I've got done 1. I've got 2 to go.
Wow.
It's the last of the digital stuff. Once that's done, it's then going through all the servers. The bits Mike's got at the racket, and that's yeah. I'm about 2/3 through, I think now.
So the next deluxe edition, which will come out at some point next year, is Marillion.com. What
Yeah.
are we going to do after that then? What would you suggest? Should we do them in order, or should we jump about? I mean, should we do radiation? You know what I mean?
I think you should do radiation. I know
Yeah.
there was the 2013 version, but I do think radiation needs a proper deluxe like the rest of them.
I think so. Yeah, I think there's enough stuff out there with Mark in his and Keith and Claude and Henk and all that lot. There's enough stuff out there.
Mike's got stuff of everything.
Yeah, to put it all together. I did hear talk of possibly somewhere else as the next one because Mike had started on the remix.
I think Mike said to me somewhere else or Anarachnophobia.
Yeah.
I think he wanted to jump about, and I think the band wanted to jump about for no apparent reason. So,
well, the rest of them were jumped about. They didn't come out in order.
I was going to say they didn't come out in order, so I don't think
it doesn't need to.
Yeah, I think marbles will be a big effort because there's so much music and potentially happiness. But yeah, no, jumping about makes sense to me, if that makes.
I think it was somewhere else that Mike said. I think. What do I know? I don't know anything. I mean, literally I
No,
don't.
it would be really, really nice as well for somewhere else to come out and for Mike to get all the love that that album now has.
Yeah.
But at the
Doesn't,
time, it does. Whenever anybody talks about it now, they all go, "Oh, I didn't really like it at the time," but now it's it's a slow burner. Loads of people when they talk, especially on on the pod when people talk about it.
One of my favourites, always has been.
Great album and a fantastic tour, I have to say. Great tour. The band was so relaxed on that tour. You could shout things out and they'd start to play a couple of bars. It was brilliant.
yeah, that never happens anymore.
Well, okay.
I
There we
don't-
go. Gauntlet throw down for the next tour.
No, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, what?
So
Yeah.
we've just reviewed. Well, the episode's not going to go out until like in the first week in January. We've done the 2-part on this Strange Engine remix. Spoiler alert, we love it, and I'm going to get it kicking because of my favorite track on there. On the remix is James knows because he's on the episode.
Yeah. You
What
need
is
to
it?
say it now.
I've got a hill that I'm going to die on.
What is it?
I think the remix of Hope for the Future is absolutely brilliant. And it sounds fantastic. And it really gives an energy to the song. And it's a case of, throw all the rotten fruit that you want at us. I think it's absolutely fantastic. So yeah, it's a hill I'll die on.
Oh, that's great.
I think it all sounds pretty groovy.
It does, but that he's done such a really excellent job with the remix on it. It's in the song. It just gives it to a whole new level.
I know I'm biased on that one, but I think that the TSC deluxe box set raised the bar on them.
I was about to say the same thing, James. The amount of stuff that's on that box is just amazing. It's it's incredible. If you keep to that standard, it'd be amazing.
Well, you've got James and Mike to thank for that, because the rest of us are pretty hopeless. The truth be told, it's like we need some extra shit. James, Mike.
Well, we've already praised James on those episodes about the stuff that he dug out from the writing sessions. If you've already got the making of, this is way better than the making of. Some of the stuff you've unearthed there is brilliant.
You can tell how important James is now, because I would say at least 4 out of 5 of the band know who he is.
Lucy says this because we had a Zoom call a few weeks ago, and Lucy and Ian came in and went, "Who's her?"
He does that to me, James.
But I said to James, I said, H will never remember who you are, because H just like, I mean, he kept, Mike Barton and Helena, who help out at all the H gigs and do the merch. I kept seeing H make posts or talk about him on his podcast saying Mike and Helen. So I was like, I literally, I'll find it. I literally sent him a WhatsApp, and I said, just so you know, she's
Kennedy
Thingy
here.
McThing face. It's Mark Kennedy, everybody.
Hello. All right.
There he is.
Hello.
Yeah.
For a beer. Right.
I've just got
Merry Christmas.
I've got to hide the rest of the
Smelly what?
Have your ears been burning?
No, why? What's up?
Oh,
They should have been.
Oh.
Oh, you can't see it, but it says Mike's wife is called Helena, not Helen, and he's put tar.
I've been singing your praises about your amazing designs, Mark.
Oh, sorry. Oh, thank you. Right.
So
Good.
So just in case anybody doesn't know who Mark Kennedy is, and you should all know who Mark Kennedy is, Mark Kennedy is a full-time member of staff as well at Racket Records, and he designs our merchandise, runs the back end and stuff of the website, does boring paperwork things with Dutch VAT. What else do you do?
That's about it, isn't it? The odd video.
Yeah.
The very odd video.
We do reels and videos and
Snuff film.
Whatever.
the odd snuff film, yes.
Yeah. Don't tempt us.
Mark did the out of this world video where obviously Donald Carroll dies at the end.
Yeah, and King, well, loads of people died.
And George calls it the snuff video.
I think it's weird to play it. I think it's so weird to watch someone die over and over again.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, never thought about it like that.
I
Absolutely.
just don't like it at all. It's weird.
It's what the song's about.
Well, no, but you don't have to watch him die. It's so weird.
And
It's
is
turned
that,
into like modern.com, isn't it?
is that a hill you'll die on, George?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. What were you doing last night? Well, I watched someone die over and over for 4 minutes.
Mark, we were just talking about the 3 vinyls,
Oh, right, okay.
and I was saying I can't remember what they are, but we think we've worked it out. But could you clarify, please?
It's Afraid of Sunlight live at the Marillion weekend to whenever. Yeah. Piss Up in a Brewery and Remains of the Weekend Friday night.
Well done, Lucy. Well remembered.
I'm super excited about Piss Up in a Brewery because when we sold it as a DVD, it was that one of those words that nobody who doesn't have English as a first language can say.
Yeah.
What, brewery or piss?
Yeah, brewery. So it was always, can I have Piss Up in a brewery?
We
So that'll be
No,
it.
we're just
we
waiting
don't
for
have
the.
that physically anymore, do we?
No, I don't think so.
I wonder whether we should do a limited run of those.
People ask.
Okay. Whoever's listening to this, go to my Facebook page immediately and say if you want Piss Up in a Brewery on a DVD.
Can we upscale it to Blu-ray?
Could we upscale to Blu-ray?
No, because it was a webcast to start with, so it's
Yeah.
Tim will probably tell you it was honking quality to start with, so
He'll stick it through some AI and everybody look all
yeah.
waxy.
Is that a technical term, honking quality?
Yeah. Try and keep up.
Sorry.
He's not technical.
No.
Honking quality.
Is that up from 4K?
Sorry?
It's not even 1K.
No, it was
I haven't watched
web
that
stream
in-
quality, so
I haven't watched that in years, but I remember it being brilliant.
That's good.
It's on the Space, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
yeah.
It's got Cinderella Search on it.
Well, the first half.
Half of it.
Half of it. Oh yeah.
Have I ever told you that story?
No.
No.
So I asked H if he'd sing it because it's my favourite Fish Era song. And I didn't, I don't hear them rehearsing. And back in those days, I didn't even I was still new. And so I didn't like to ask questions like, send me the set list, demand and everything. So everything was a surprise to me at the conventions. I wasn't with Ian, so none of that. And Piss Up in a Brewery, I had no idea what was on the set list. And H started singing Cinderella Search. And I was just like, oh my God, he's going to sing Cinderella Search. And then he stops before the best bit.
Yes, yeah.
Which is the second half of the song. And I was just like, why didn't you sing that? And he said, well, I didn't like it. I said, well, I wish you'd told me and then I could have talked you into it. And I didn't have power then, and I don't think I could have talked him into it. But maybe one day we'll get him to sing the whole thing because it's gorgeous.
Yeah, maybe worth trying again.
And he did do a great job with what he did. I wasn't there. I think I was in Chicago. So I seem to remember James ringing.
Mark.
Yeah,
What?
you asked him.
Who? Me?
Yeah, Stephanie, you ask him. One of you ask him, just not me.
We'll ask him together, Mark.
Well, both are. Yeah, maybe yours is one for something that I haven't collected yet. So,
Starting to ask him when he's drunk.
oh.
That's
we could ask him, and we won't get offended when he tells us to fuck off. So don't worry about it.
that's the one. That
Yeah.
is definitely the one.
Get Barton to make a scarf of it, and then he'll sing it.
So, Mark, we were all playing word association. So you've got to say
Right.
one word that you associate with Port Zealand.
Tent.
Oh,
Oh.
tent. Oh,
Pole.
That's because funnily, because I've got the t-shirt up on my other monitor with the tent on it. So
Joe.
George is saying we're not allowed to tell
oh right, okay. No spoilers.
It's
Should
more
we
just because half the ideas that we have all get trashed at the end because we don't have enough time.
Yeah.
Like, oh, did you not make that one? So I've physically got shit in my head.
word association with Neverland.
Peter Pan.
Oh,
Word association with Ian.
Curry.
Curry.
Curry. You don't remember when me and Ian had a curry when I came and stayed and ordered a curry?
No, why would I don't remember anything,
remember
remember?
anything? But talking of which, surely your word association, the first thing that should have come to your mind for Port Zealand was wedding.
Oh yeah. Oh shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh god.
God.
Can we
For
cut this bit
anybody
out?
second photo, but you drunk in your beer.
For anybody watching who doesn't know, Mark and his beautiful wife Vanessa got married at Port Zealand, and H was one of the officiants.
Yeah.
I was a bridesmaid. And what year was
You wouldn't
that,
let me
Mark?
be a bridesmaid.
2011.
Bloody hell.
So I'm going to rewind and say, Mark, word association with Port Zealand.
Wedding.
Ah.
Oh.
I know how romantic you are.
So let's just look back on Port Zealand. We've had a wedding. Correct me if I'm wrong. 2 marriage proposals.
Yeah, maybe more. We had a few that didn't work out, didn't we, as well as. Oh.
Who the hell is Dell?
Oh.
Anne Marie Falker, everybody.
So lovely.
Hello.
Hi, can you see and hear me?
We
Yeah.
can see and hear you. Can
Oh,
you
great.
hear and see us?
Yes, yes, I can. Thank you for having me on.
Just in case anybody doesn't know
Oh,
who
yeah,
this
so-
is. This is
Yeah.
Anne Marie Falker, who takes the most amazing photographs of the band and everybody else. And oh my God, I saw your pictures of Paul McCartney and Ringo Starr last week.
Yeah.
Superb.
Superb.
Right.
How did you get your camera into the gig without a photo pass? Oh dear. Anne Marie,
I've got repeated audio here. Hold on a minute.
switch off YouTube.
I've got like 5, 6 voices.
You have to go
Sorry?
off YouTube.
Switch off YouTube.
Yeah, because
Switch off YouTube. Right.
you get like a whole round sort of thing.
Right.
Oh, see, she may be good with
Is
the
it okay
camera,
now?
body, but
Yeah.
she's shit with technology. Are you all right now?
Yeah, can you still see and hear and all of that?
Yeah.
Can
Yep.
still-
Brilliant. So yeah, you asked about Paul McCartney?
Yeah, how did you get your camera in?
I didn't bring a professional camera. I brought my little point and shoot and had a second row seat.
Oh, well done.
Wow.
Yeah, I didn't apply for a photo pass. I had a photo pass for him about 10 years ago in Oslo. But that was from the back of the venue.
I was going to
It was
say,
an
probably makes
experience.
you stand at the mixing desk or
Yeah,
whatever,
he
does
does,
he?
miles back,
Yeah.
yeah. So second row, I thought with my little one might be a better option. Yeah.
You took amazing bloody photographs just with a little point and shoot then.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it was incredible when Ringo appeared. I was not expecting that at all. Everybody just started screaming. It was a bit of Beatlemania from the 60s right there. fantastic.
Okay, you've got to play the game that everyone else has played. It's word association. So the first word that comes into your head when I say the following three things, okay?
Okay.
First one is Port Zealand.
Flags.
Flags.
Yeah.
Oh,
You always do the thing of flags from where everyone comes from around the world.
Yeah, and occasionally we get all the countries in as well.
You mean eventually, not occasionally?
Eventually, yeah.
occasionally we don't forget. Who have we forgotten in the past?
Poland usually, isn't it?
Poland, we've forgotten Mexico.
Australia, one, yeah, I think.
New Zealand, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll say it in advance. Whoever we forget this year, don't take it personally. You're very special. Okay, the second word association is Neverland.
Oh, flying.
Flying.
Yeah, there's a thing on
Yeah.
stage.
And the third association is Ian.
Sunglasses. That's an easy one.
Ah,
And hilarious, are you allowed to?
Say again?
And hilarious if you're allowed to. I don't know how
John
strict it
had
is.
hilarious. Yeah.
Okay,
We
yeah.
had hilarious, funny, curry. What did we
Hurry.
Cars. Not Primark, that was Neverland. So while Anne-Marie's here, so something else that George will be selling at Port Zealand and Stephanie will be selling at all the other Marillion weekends. We've been putting together, when I say we've been putting together a book of Anne-Marie's photographs that she took on the tour.
2023 European tour. Yeah.
Thank you. Which was called, what was the tour called?
Tour Before It's Christmas.
Yeah.
Tour Before It's Christmas. Thank you. And we've been putting together a book. It's going to be a gorgeous 12 by 12 coffee table book. It's going to have words from the band in it, doodles from H. It's going to be beautiful. I will share my screen and give you all a sneak preview of some of the photographs of this mega talented woman. And hopefully I'll share the right thing. Who knows? Hang on a moment.
I think this is the first time anyone's seen them apart from you and I, Lucy.
Yep. Hang on. I've got to open that, I think. Share. Press that button.
Brilliant
Yeah, we can
sketch by Mark. Mark Kennedy come up with that.
Can you
Yes.
can you
you?
see this? No. Hang on. Stop.
No,
I went wrong. Sorry, everyone. Bear with me. Video. Share. Look at, oh, here we go. Can you see that?
yeah.
Yes.
Get ready. Foot down. Push the button. And
It's a very rough draft.
this is a very rough draft, but we'll just flick through.
Awesome.
How cool is that photograph?
Ah,
It is full of, I'm not going to give it all away, but look at these
oh,
photographs.
that's a nice one.
Look
Mm.
at them.
And these are great.
These are great. Ian's just about to smash the glass door.
It was, the hotel wouldn't let us check into our hotel rooms. We'd arrived very early, but they insisted that we still waited to check in time. So they're sitting around in lobbies, but it gave me an opportunity to snap them and capture what it can be like on tour, just waiting around.
Obviously, it's completely out of date because H doesn't look like that anymore.
The reflection in that picture is amazing, though.
Yeah, I'm not gonna, as I said, I don't want to show you the whole book because I don't want to give it all away. In fact, I'll do that really quickly. The beautiful, beautiful,
You
beautiful
tracked.
moments. Love this. Before,
Marie, this is gorgeous.
during.
Yeah.
It is a stunning.
Love. Oh, it's a roundhouse.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Got to tell you
that was the end of the tour. Yeah.
So I got to tell you a story about this. So when I knew that H was letting his hair go white, I sent this photograph to Mark Kennedy and I said, could you Photoshop H's white hair on there? So he did. And that's when we decided that he's not going to be able to wear white clothing when he's on the
Ah.
stage, because he just, with the, and you said this, Anne-Marie, didn't you too, with the lights,
The white lights behind white hair.
white
that
lights, white hair,
often
white shirt.
overexpose the head.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to wear dark clothes. But I
Yeah.
love that shot.
Yeah.
I'm
You
flicking
get a spray tan. Nice.
eh?
Get him a spray tan.
Yeah, love that one. So it's beautiful. There's something for everybody. You might see yourselves in the photographs. It's beautiful. I'm going to stop sharing. I love that. I'm going to stop sharing.
Smiling
Liv.
at Ian.
Don't want to give it all away.
That's gorgeous.
That's
You
Yeah.
Can you come into Port Zealand, Anne-Marie?
Yes, absolutely. I wouldn't miss it. Yeah.
Might
Yeah.
you do a signing of your book?
Ooh.
I'd love to.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd love
Yes,
to. That would be an
Tina.
honor. Thank you. Yeah.
Great.
I'll
I
have to
can tell there's going to be a lot of excess luggage going on this year.
Yeah, that's all I'm thinking. My bags are just getting heavier. Vinyl, books,
Oh, the book
15
is,
t-shirts.
let's put it this way. Anne-Marie sent through. So what did we decide? We had to use 150 photographs was the maximum. She sent through 300. Now, have you ever looked at Anne-Marie's photographs and tried to get rid of any of them?
Mhm.
And it was
Where's the
like,
book? Yeah, the book is over 100. We did narrow it down quite a bit.
we did narrow it down, but I can't tell you how hard it was. I was just like, I can't do this anymore. And so, and then we got on a, sorry, I'm just opening my window, I'm a bit hot. We got on a Zoom call together and we were going through it, and I'm like, no, I can't. And then we got the hang of it, and I managed to get rid of some, but they would grace any book.
Thank you.
She doesn't send in a duff photograph at all. And we're very, very pleased that you're part of our Marillion team.
It isn't a Marillion picture, but I do have one of Anne-Marie's pictures blown up and framed above my bed. And it's
Oh,
a
that was
wild-
during the pandemic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
What have you got?
one of Anne-Marie's pictures. It's above my bed, but it's
one?
not a Marillion one. It's a it's kind of like a wildlife.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And
It's
I
one
have
above my-
one that Lucy
Sun-
made into a canvas of that lovely shot of the mountains, all the blue mountains. That's hanging in my kitchen.
Wow. That's the best thing about photography for me, is having images in people's homes.
Mm.
If someone loves it enough to put it on their wall, that's the pinnacle.
Oh, the fans sending it when they post a picture of your photograph framed in their house. That must be such a great feeling. But your photographs are just stupendous.
But it's Marillion that are making those moments. I try to capture them, and the most I can do is to help people remember those moments. So when they're sitting at home and look at the wall and remember that convention or wherever.
Yes, but you're underselling yourself, because if I stand there with my iPhone and Mark, no offense, but Mark stands next to me with a slightly better camera, and then you, and we all take the same photograph, yours will be up here in standard. Mark will be here and I'll be
Slightly higher.
yeah.
I remember you teasing Mark about having his clicker on his camera.
Yeah. I've got a shutterless camera now, so
That's
doesn't make quite as much noise.
I don't think I was teasing him. I think I was standing next to him shouting at him.
Saying, stop doing that.
Click, click, click. Shut the fuck up.
It was a bit like a machine gun, so
I love the tag that you come up with, Mark. It represents the three sections of the
Yeah.
book. It's really nicely.
well, I
Thank
stole it from the lyrics, so it's
You know, but it was genius though.
yeah.
It
Yeah,
was
it was.
absolutely genius that you came up with that idea, Mark, because me and Anne-Marie have been talking about a title. What do you called it, Anne-Marie?
Oh, something like get ready on the marks and go as a reference to the song go, but marks is so much better. It was the three sections are kind of like
Yeah.
tour life on the bus. The second section is when you've got to the venue and it's backstage and all that, and the third section is live. But Mark's title really represents that.
So we've done a run, we've done an initial, or we'll be doing an initial run of 1,000. We've just got to finish the book, which we need to do as soon as possible. A run of 1,000 copies. We're sending them all to Port Zealand for you, George. Sell as many as you can. Stephanie will have whatever's left to take out to the other conventions. Then we'll see how it's selling and if there's any more demands, and we'll get some more made for the website. But that's how it's going to go. We'd rather people buy them in person rather than have to package them up and ship them out. So yeah.
I was just looking at the comments on Facebook there while you were talking about the book as well. Lots of people saying they think it looks beautiful, but also a lot of interest in the Piss Up in a Brewery DVD, Lucy. So
Yeah.
on that.
DVD. Are you
Yeah.
sure that they know I'm saying DVD?
I don't know if they're hearing you say DVD, but it's DVD they are saying.
What do you reckon, team? Couple of 100 DVDs?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
If I was being completely tight, I'd say put it as an extra on the .com deluxe, but
No.
Yeah, so
that's me being tight.
Sarah Golding Keane, Piss Up DVD, yes, please. Craig Lawton already got Piss Up DVD, need vinyl though. Jason Argonaut, not his real name. Piss Up
You
DVD.
think?
Nigel Lyons, Piss Up please. Christine Phillip, Piss Up on a Brewery DVD, please. Maria Montoya, we all want Piss Up the Brewery on DVD, Blu-ray, whatever. Adam Burton, yes, I would like to piss. I would like Piss Up on DVD. Nigel Lyons, Piss Up, please. Steve
I would
Reed,
like to
Piss Up
piss on
Brewery.
DVD. Right. Okay,
Neil
I've got a
Radcliffe,
question.
yeah.
I've
So,
got a
yeah.
question for Anne-Marie, and then I've got a question for everyone, right? So Anne-Marie, first of all, which of all the Marillion history that you haven't attended and been able to shoot, what one gig or occasion, whatever, would you wish you could have shot?
I attended as a fan and didn't shoot it, and it looked amazing. 2015 Marbles in Wolves. That night was really special. I think it was the Saturday night. That one. There is another one, the one in Trump election night in the States. I was there, but again, as a fan, I didn't shoot.
Times Square. Oh no, we just all look stressed and miserable.
It was such a bizarre night.
Was bizarre.
Yeah, but yeah, I would say 2015 Marbles. Yeah.
Well, that goes to everybody else, and we'll do it in alphabetical order again. So we'll start with Craig. What one Marillion gig of any era, anything, do you wish you could have been at?
Can I just pick a tour rather than a gig? Because the season's end tour, because I didn't get to see them until holidays, and I really wish I could have seen H's first run of gigs.
Right. Forgotten who's next in the alphabet.
Me, I think.
James.
For me, again, I'm going to pick a tour. The Afraid of Sunlight tour. I didn't make it. I was at uni, and I was one of my big regrets of not seeing on that tour.
I would have to say Rock in Rio because it looked amazing, and I'm old enough and I've been around long enough to have done all the tours, so I did see each tour at some point. But Rock in Rio looked phenomenal. I wish I'd been
It
there.
wouldn't have been the Port Zealand that you missed through being stubborn.
No, because I did
That was
get,
coming somewhere.
I did get hourly updates for that one, so I didn't quite miss it that much. Leamington was lovely that night, I have to say. Leamington was there.
Sorry. George?
No, fair point.
Rock in Rio, though, good answer.
Piss up in a brewery because it's probably one of those, all the other sort of special nights that have been a bit weird have managed to be at. But I was out of the country for that one.
Barney?
I have two answers actually. The first one is any of the Meridian gigs at the Marquee, because I saw all of the other prog bands back in the 80s at the Marquee, but never Meridian, because I was really stubborn and I didn't want to like them because I just thought they were Genesis rip-offs. And
I didn't know that. That's why you didn't go to the
I
Marquee.
didn't go. And then they suddenly became really big, and that's when I went to see them at Hammersmith, and the rest is history, you know. And then the other one is all the gigs on the 2016 European tour that I didn't get to do because I broke my foot on the first day of the tour, falling off the back of the truck.
What, the gig in that I didn't get to see because I had to fly you home and then sit in one of those fucking.
No, you were flying home that day anyway, but
Was I?
had great
All
fun.
right.
You were flying home the next day, but we had great fun at the airport.
No, but I seem to remember. No, I seem to remember I was supposed to have all day. I had to change my flight to get you. Look at me remembering shit.
I know.
going
I
on
don't
there?
think so. I think
But you'll know why.
She remembers it if she can point a finger at you.
You'll know why I remember this in a minute. It'll become pointedly obvious. I was supposed to have all day sunbathing.
Ah, yes, that's why she would remember.
And to get you home and accompany you, I had to change my flight to whatever flight we could get you on. So I lost out sunbathing time, taking you home with your broken foot because you
True
fell off
love,
the truck.
kid. True love.
Yep.
That is true love, isn't it?
It is true love, yeah.
I gave up my sunbathing, and for those of you who know
And
me,
I know what a sacrifice that is.
right, somebody else ask a question.
I was just going to say we had some friends around, other friends, Lucy, came around for champagne just before Christmas. And we were talking, something came up about Marillion, and she was saying that one of the girls was saying that she was at the Fugazi gig at the Hammersmith Odeon. And then, the evening passed and they went home, and then her wife sent me just a picture of the Fugazi vinyl. She was like, this is happening now. Then she sent me the following day that she'd found this as well, which is her
Program.
it's her program, Misplaced Childhood Tour.
Wow.
No idea that she'd ever seen Marillion or anything. It's so weird.
Oh, I'm going to get Ian to come in and see if he can do the word association game. Talk amongst yourselves for a second.
Who wants to take this bet? I bet when Lucy says Ian says who. Oh, can someone let Ant in?
Only Lucy can let Ant in, I think.
No.
She can do it.
Hang on a sec.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, there he is.
He's actually watching it in the other room.
Oh,
Ladies and gentlemen, Ant Short has just joined us. Ant is the co-host of the Steve Hogarth and Anthony Short Productions Corona Diaries podcast, The Corona Diaries.
Thank you, Lucy.
Is that correct?
It's very correct.
And he's probably the only one amongst us who's actually got a proper microphone.
I've got two, actually.
Ooh.
Could go on that one if you want.
Yeah.
Ooh.
But another one hidden down here.
Very stylish mug as well, Ant, wasn't it?
Honestly, I was given this at one of the one of the H gigs, and I thought, it's working so far.
Hey, even we haven't got those.
Did anyone ever watch?
I can sell you one.
Did anyone ever watch the Brady Bunch?
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought of that earlier on
George is in the
today.
middle. Here's the story of a lovely lady. Everyone point to George. I want to see where she is on your
She's
screen.
there, she's there, I think.
Hang on, no, yeah.
God.
Am I mirrored? No.
Are
No.
you mirrored? No, it says
This
mirrored.
is
you're not
like proper
reversed, no.
toilet. It'd be taken off there immediately. What's this old shit?
I did say that though. I said on my announcement, I said the caveat is this could all be bollocks. But we've been talking since 3 o'clock. I've interviewed Pete, Mark. Ian's just about to come back, but I think he's gone to make himself a coffee.
Oh.
So let's do Ant. Ant, word association. When I say, I'm
Okay.
going to say 3 words, give me a word.
Okay.
Port Zealand.
Never been. That's one word. So that's 2 words. So what's never been in one word?
Absent.
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 Yeah.
Neverland.
Long.
Ian.
Sound.
What?
Sound.
Sound.
Hmm.
What, as in sound as a pound or?
He's sound, isn't he?
Okay. One, I've got a new one for everyone. Word association. H.
Natural.
Flounce.
Oh,
Come on.
Handful.
Handful.
Yeah.
Diva.
Forgetful.
Stephanie, what?
Forgetful. He always leaves his keys, passport, phone.
Actually, can I change mine?
I might change mine as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with challenging.
Trousers, I'm gonna go with.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that, Craig?
Yeah, I remember that well. Middlesbrough.
I'm going to go with funny.
I mean, it's funny.
Anyone else?
Best.
What was that?
Best. I
Best.
think he's the best voice in the world.
Do you really, really think that?
Yes, I really hand on my heart think that. Yeah,
Because you watch a lot of bands.
I do.
Oh, bless him.
Hmm.
George?
Beautiful.
James?
I was going to say late.
You should also say who.
Yes. Who?
Who? Stephanie?
No, I already said forgetful.
Oh, forget. Yeah.
You forgot.
One word for Lucy. Forgetful.
You can't have one word for H. You just can't have one word for H.
No.
That's well said.
So, Anne, it's been almost 4 years you've been doing this podcast, isn't it?
Yeah.
Was your hair dark when you started?
I'm greyer than I was I mean, he's whiter than he was, and I'm definitely greyer than I was. No, it's a look, it's an absolute joy. It's an absolute pleasure. And from the conversation we had, he rang me. I was in Sainsbury's, and he rang me. He was trying to blag some earphones, and he rang me to try and blag some earphones. To be fair, not for himself, but he tried to blag some earphones. And I said, "What have you ever thought about doing a podcast?" And to which point he said, "What's a podcast?" And we literally arranged to go around to his house, and we sat at the kitchen table and we set a couple of mics up and just started talking. And it seemed to go okay. And we, I guess in our heads we thought, "Do you know what, there's probably 15, 20 episodes in this." And then Corona hit, and we started. We'd not named it. We'd recorded the first 2 episodes without having a name, so it was never going to be the Corona Diaries. But I that time at his house was literally 2 days before lockdown, or before the warning of lockdown came. And the original plan had been that I would have gone and met him once a month and recorded 2 or 3 episodes, and they were going to go out fortnightly. That was the plan. And lockdown changed everything. And it not only changed the name, it changed the frequency. he had nothing to do, I had nothing to do, so we found a different way of working in terms of recording over Zoom, and once we'd pieced that together, it's about, you can kind of hear it. It's about episode 7 or 8 where I think it started, where it actually, what it ended up becoming is it was about 7, 8 episodes in, and we just found something that just seemed to work, and it's. I mean, we've talked at various points in times about, oh, how long will this carry on going? And so there's a couple of answers to that. One, well, people keep pouring money and it'll carry on going. But we initially, it was like, well, when we run out of diary, it'll probably be the time when we'll finish. And then it's 70 episodes since we ran out of diary. And then the other bits and things have come along. I think in reality, because people are quite happy that we repeat ourselves and it's not accurate, and it will change from week to week. So with all that being accepted and now priced in, I think the only thing that probably stopped, the two things potentially that stop it are if either there's a huge drop off in people listening. That's number one. You'd take that as the signal that it's run its time, or that we stop laughing. I think if we ever stop having these conversations, normally on a Tuesday morning, where we don't make each other laugh, because we both come on to recordings not being in good moods, and got to the end and gone, that was just what I needed. That's made my day. That's actually picked me up, because I wasn't in a great place. I wasn't looking forward to doing it this morning. So I think if that stopped, if we looked at each other and it was like, this is hard work. This is actually, we'd have it. Yeah, I think that'd be the other signal. But yeah, it's I don't know if it's 4 or 5. I've got a sneaking suspicion it'll be 5 in March.
Years.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh, that's gone really quickly. That's horrible.
Well, that would be right, wouldn't it? For COVID. COVID was 2020, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And we started in March, so I think maybe April by the time the first one. Yeah, but it'll be 5 years.
I would have given it 6 months, knowing H. I'm so pleased that he's carried on this long, because you've got a nice little community going, like
Yeah.
the Planet Marzipan boys have started to get a community going. I think it's nice that fans listen to it and then chat about the things. And with you, you've got all the purple level subscribers who have made their own little community, and now they've got matching merch and stuff. So and I think it's nice, and I think both podcasters here, I think it's nice that you have different guests on, and different people I wouldn't have even thought to interview, like when you interviewed Howard.
Yeah, Howard was great.
I can't say his surname. Howard Thingamy.
Greenhalgh.
That's it, for the Dryland video and stuff. I found that fascinating. I didn't know any of that stuff. And it inspired us to get the permission finally from Warner's and get up all the official promo videos, which, if anyone hasn't looked at the Marillion YouTube channel, go over there. There's now all the Fish era promos and the H era promos, so that if you want to watch Kaylee or these chains, I think we found a dodgy copy of that. So I think it's a good thing. I don't listen to all of them, I have to say, but I do dip in. What's been your favorite episode?
If I had to honestly pick my favorite, it's well, there's two. Yeah, there's two. We chatted so through lockdown. I wangled an invite to the Hogarth family quiz, and so once a week they'd do a Zoom quiz with various members of the Hogarth family, and which is how I got to know Jilly and Sue and the kids and what have you. And there's a chap called Orin Hertz who's been a friend of H's for a long while, who was on that, which was lovely to meet Orin. But I didn't really know the reason why they they'd met in the first place. And we did an episode with Orin, and Orin talked through his story and his history and his time when he did national service in Israel. And that was a really, really moving story.
I listened to that one. That was brilliant.
And that was actually, I'm going to change it. I'm going to go with 3. That's up there as one of my favourites. I had a wonderful afternoon, and we got 2 episodes out of chatting to his sisters, which was absolutely fantastic. They're really, really nice episodes. And then we did one. I was on holiday and we were struggling to get internet connection, so we ended up taking loads of different snippets of bits of audio, and you played along, and Ian played along, and a few other people played along, recorded bits on phones, and we cobbled that together. And I just love that, because it's really that probably, in terms of work, though it's the shortest episode we've ever done because it was only 30 odd minutes, but in terms of the amount of work it took to put it together, that's probably the most intensive one we've done. But I really like that one because that's just a bit different. That was I mean, that's the closest thing to not being scripted, because it wasn't scripted, but it was the closest thing to actually being really organized and put together. And I really like that, just because we did it and it felt proper. That actually felt like, if that had been a Radio 4 thing or something like that, then it kind of had that kind of feel about something that was actually well produced, as opposed to us just talking drivel, which is kind of default position. But yeah, those 3, particularly that one. But there are too many. I mean, Charlie the bus driver was amazing.
I didn't hear that one.
Oh, you not heard the one with Charlie? Charlie was great.
No, can you send me which number it is? I'd like to listen to that.
I will sit down and try and work out which one it was, and I'll ping you the link across. Yes, but I mean, these things like that. Charlie was great, and some great ones with Mike, some great ones with Dave Meagan, some people that you don't expect to be as funny as they are. Chris Neal, speaking of holidays, incredibly funny. And what a backstory that guy's got, having starred in a load of the kind of plumber's mate type of films in the 70s.
Excuse me?
He was in, so those kind of Adventures of a Plumber's Mate film.
Robin Asquith sort of.
Yeah.
Oh, not pornos.
Well, kind of, it's kind of
soft core.
Soft core, kind of slightly on from Carry On, a little bit on from Carry On. Yeah, he starred in at least 1 or 2 of those.
I think the episode where you interviewed Anne Marie was the best.
Yes, the one we did with Anne Marie was by far the best. But then what about the one we did with Stephanie? Wasn't that equally as good?
Probably really good.
Yes, I would say that was.
Yeah, you've been on, haven't you?
Yeah, that's in the top 20 as well.
I've been on too.
I haven't, and don't even think about it.
Have I really been interviewed?
Yeah, you've been on twice, haven't you?
Oh my God, I can't remember.
You've been on twice, I think.
Isn't that the one where you just talked about bin day all the time?
And the bin day Crooncast came from that.
George, seriously, when we're old and in a nursing home together, Mark Kennedy's left the building. When we're old and in a nursing home, will you just tell me everything I did? Because I can't remember anything.
So, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make shit up. Do you remember when we both jumped off the Humber Bridge?
I did jump off a bridge in Cambridge. I went to see I went to see Marillion in Cambridge when I was about 18. And I went because of the punting on the cam thing, thought I was really cool. And my friends all dared me to jump off one of the bridges into the water. Well, why wouldn't you? I was sober, by the way, because I don't drink. And I jumped off, and the water actually wasn't that deep, it turns out. And so I hit the bottom, and I was barefoot, and I sliced my foot right open on a beer bottle, and had to go to the hospital, A&E, to have my foot stitched up because of Marillion.
There isn't a single person on this thing right now who didn't see that coming.
Lucy, did you not work out it wouldn't be very deep because that's why they punt? Had you not worked that bit out?
No. And I've only just realised that
Because if it
now.
was 50 feet deep, punting wouldn't work, would it?
Why? It's a
Well,
boat.
because how long would the punt have to
Big
be? Because you
pole.
push
Oh,
off the
I see.
bottom of the water, off the bottom of the floor, don't you?
Oh my God, I am so thick. George,
I
stop laughing at me.
love you so much.
I just thought it was a boat.
No, it's flat bottomed.
Can I show you something? Look, I need ideas of what I can put in it. I got given Warner's Music sent me a hamper for Christmas from Harrods,
Oh.
and that's the box.
Nice.
What can I
Uh-oh.
Oh,
put it away? But
It
what
away,
can
this
I
guy magic.
Quiet.
Drum roll. Steve Hogarth.
Hooray!
It's nothing personal that we've just arrived that I'm just about to leave, but I do actually have to go and feed the family. So
Go and
Fair
feed
enough,
the
darling.
family, Stephanie. It's been a pleasure.
I
Yes.
might, if there's time,
soon,
I might
darling.
come back. So
Love you. Bye.
Happy New Year,
Bye.
Smith.
Bye.
We were just talking about you, H.
Oh shit. Now what?
I was I was showing Anne Marie. No, I wasn't showing Anne Marie. Anne Marie and I were showing everybody clips of the book of Anne Marie's photographs that we're putting together for Port Zealand, and they look incredible.
Talented girl. I wouldn't say it unless she was here. I mean, I know I'm saying it. I'm saying it even though she's here. That's what I mean.
Did you send H the pictures you took of Paul McCartney and Ringo last week?
You did.
I think I sent him one or two. Yes, I did. Yes. Oh, you would have loved it, H. It was amazing.
Yeah. No, I
I
wish I
can't
could
believe
have got there.
I can't believe we didn't try and get you tickets.
Well, I think you offered me a spare, didn't you? Or somebody offered me a spare. Didn't Anne Marie offer me a spare?
I asked you if you were going.
Oh, that was it. It's not the
Yeah.
same.
But if you didn't have, you could have had another one.
Oh, thank you. Well, I
But it
was
was the night before a gig of yours, I think so.
exactly. Yeah, I've got a show coming up, and the
Have
O2.
you ever seen him?
Macca, yeah, I have with that band. It's a really good band. I went with my mum, and unfortunately, I went twice on the same tour, and that was disappointing because everything he said on the first show, he said at exactly the same time on the second show. So, I mean, he really does learn all his patter like lines in a play, which I thought was a bit depressing, like all the little quips and the side comments and everything was all in the script.
A lot of the big stars do that.
Yeah, that must be why I'm not a big star.
You are.
You'd enjoy learning all of that as well as the songs, wouldn't you?
Yeah, what am I supposed to say when I stand here? Oh
That's
shit,
when you
I'm
need
falling off the stage.
It's when you need the thing that Ian was talking about in your in-ears, the cues and the...
Oh yeah, Ian was saying that he wants click tracks made with vocal cues.
Oh, that's because of his bromance with Gavin Harrison.
No. Comedy vocal cues.
Oh, comedy vocal cues.
Yeah, like this is the bit where Mark's about to fuck up.
Yes, don't kill Mark. It could just say periodically,
H might fall off the stage at this bit.
but never on purpose. Well, only once.
Oh, yes.
I've only ever fallen off once on purpose. That was in the Saga in Copenhagen because I fell off stage left and got back up and threw myself off stage right just for symmetry.
Even it out.
When was that?
Oh, when you were still in diapers, darling.
Oh.
It's years ago.
Okay, word association. We've all played this game. You've got to
All
say
right.
the first word that comes into your mind when I say the following three things. Port Zealand.
Hospital.
There's a pattern here. Neverland.
MDMA.
Ian.
Fags.
He's listening in the other room. Tell him to come in.
Well, I didn't have time to think. That was just the first things.
Yeah, but that's how word association goes.
Exactly.
We were very complimentary about you.
Oh,
Well,
good.
I think someone said flounce.
Yeah, can't
John,
argue with that.
Merrick.
What did you say, Mark?
I can't remember.
Trousers.
Natural, and then trousers. And the
How's your
Middlesbrough
Christmas
trouser
been, H?
incident.
How's your Christmas been, H?
Good. Very, very boozy with no much sign of relenting.
Are you pissed now?
No,
Well,
no, I'm not sober either. But we're going to somebody's house on the way to the pub tonight. Both of those things will involve drink. I might get up and sing tonight in the pub.
oh yeah, what?
Where takes me. I don't know, something rubbish. Nothing, nothing tasteful. I mean, I might do All Right Now by Free.
Give us a blast.
Proper pub rock, innit?
Come
No.
on. Well, you got to warm your throat up.
What do you think I'm doing now?
And ask him a question while I go and get in.
Hang on a minute. Ask him a question.
Yeah, anything you like.
It's not Tuesday.
No, you should be. Yeah, he's professional. He needs paying before he can ask me a question.
H, have you finished that knockoff Baileys that Mike brought you?
No, but we've damaged it.
Hmm.
Yeah, it went down very well. It went down very well with the missus. She's been at it. Sophie was very fond of it when she popped in. It's a good thing.
I've forgotten what it's called. What was it called?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I can go and have a look if you like.
Ballycastle?
Really bothered.
Ballycastle?
No, it's not that kind of knockoff. I think it's actually quite nice stuff.
Okay.
What are we talking about?
Knockoff Baileys.
What's that Irish Bailey's like cream thing in the fridge called that Mike Barton? She's having a look.
It's a knockoff, is it?
No, it's better than a knockoff.
Is it what they call a dupe?
Fly Farm.
Ah, dupe.
Thank you.
A dupe.
Five.
Oh,
Five Farm.
Five Farms.
not had that.
Not a knockoff, that's fancy.
Yeah.
That's better than the real thing, I reckon.
I was thinking it'd be Lidl's. It's knockoff.
This is Dave.
Oh my good lord, it's 30 quid a bottle.
H is showing us his alcohol.
What? We haven't got time for
Oh,
that.
Ian. No, you're right.
How are you, Steve?
Tip of the iceberg, Ian. I mean, top of the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Careful.
Talking of Irish people, Mark dropped in earlier from Brazil, sitting in a rainforest, but it was raining.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't feel sorry for him.
No, I thought you might mention him on the old word association, but you had the good take.
Well, should we all do it? Right, it's alphabetical order. So, Craig, Mark Kelly.
Tinkler.
Who's next? Oh no, Anne Marie was first. Sorry, Anne Marie. Mark Kelly.
Irish.
Irish. Tinkler. Who's after that? James.
Knowledgeable.
Just Ant.
Oh yeah, and
Oh, for fuck's sake, it's Ant.
Special.
Yes, he's special, all right.
James.
knowledgeable.
John.
Wizard.
George.
Lunatic.
H.
Disaster.
So pop.
Ian.
He's mad.
Mad. Mark Kennedy.
80 days.
What did you
Is that
say?
Mark?
80 days. Sorry, unicycle.
Ah, of course.
You didn't say that. What was the first thing you said?
80 days.
80 days.
Yeah. Keyboard.
Yeah, he's
so-
going to wait. He's going to wait me up about that.
Fix this drawer.
Could you stop making a noise, Mosley? Him and Gavin sent each other Christmas presents, H.
You're lying. Were they monogrammed wing nuts?
Gavin was on tour with the Pineapple Thief in America and he hurt his back. So Ian sent him one of those massage guns.
Oh, that's nice. What, a taser?
No, it's one that's, why am I doing that? It kind of, you press it and it goes. So
Is
Gavin,
it a massage?
Oh, what you're thinking?
so Gavin sent
Yeah.
this video of him. It's hard to describe, Ian, I'd have to show you, but he's got the massage gun on his cymbal and he's saying, "This is great, Ian," and he's playing along with the noise on the other thing. And then what did he send you?
He sent me an S hoop for my snare drum. It's
Oh, what's he?
it's very, very boring. Snare drum hoops are usually triple flange, they're called.
Flange.
The flange on the hoop goes outwards. This one, it goes inwards. And it's got quite a unit, it gives the drum a different sound. So anyway, I'm nodding off here, talking about it.
Literally 9 people all trying to look into
Just trying to fix this drawer up, bro.
He opened the drawer and down here and he's broken it. So he's just trying to fix it. If I bend that down, you'd be able to see, look, Mosley at work.
Well,
Where's
next time I
Charlie?
see you, I'll ask you how your inward flange is doing, Ian.
What's that?
Next time I see you, I'll ask you how your inward flange is doing.
Oh, yeah, no, it's sort of it's all right now. I'm taking the antidepressants.
So what are you doing New Year's Eve, H?
Oh,
I think I'm popping down the. Well, it depends who you ask. Well, I can't possibly comment. That's probably the safest reply if we're on the internet.
Does it involve alcohol?
Yes.
Are you doing dry January?
Absolutely, darling.
Everybody's laughing. You've got another gig though, haven't you?
Yeah, that's
Is it
going to be
Saturday?
tricky. I'm not doing that straight.
Is it Saturday?
Yeah,
Are you going, Mark?
No.
you
Why
know.
not?
I don't know.
What's the word? What's the word?
Splitter.
where's your gigs? Oh, it must be in Holland then.
Dordrecht.
Dordrecht, just outside Rotterdam.
Oh,
It's done 720 tickets. So it'll be
Bloody hell.
busy.
Wow.
Well, it would have done 721 apart from a certain person on the bottom left of the screen. Well, I'd have probably
Take
put
him
them on the
by
guest list.
one. Yeah, how rude.
Yeah.
That's why it's not coming.
I'll sort something out. I'll
Don't no, you get enough of it at work, Mark.
Get enough.
Vanessa would like to. I think Vanessa would like to come. So
Yeah, well,
We'll
send
sort
her on her
something out.
own.
yeah, I did that the last time. I did. I sent her to Barcelona on her own to see you. So
Are you so I was asked to ask you, H, by someone on my Facebook page, did you enjoy the Liverpool gigs, even though you forgot to mention Christmas at Christmas gigs?
I did, because during the gig I hadn't realised I'd forgotten. It was only in the small hours when I woke up and went. Usually do after a show.
Was the Christmas tree on stage with you, not a visual cue?
Touching distance it was. Yeah, but you get distracted.
Who put that tree there?
And then you're done, H Naturaling. You've got to get yourself ready for the conventions.
I'm looking forward to that immensely. That sounds like sarcasm, doesn't it? But
really
I do mean it.
That sounded sincere.
Did it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Hands up who thought that sounded insincere.
Really?
Oh, just me.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, H.
More than my job's worth.
Yeah, they're sucking up. No, you two band members, are you looking forward?
Yes, very much.
You're looking forward to doing anything, aren't you, Ian?
Yes. Yeah.
Whereas I'm looking forward to doing
all the
something
boys, because we
upon which it isn't entirely my neck.
It's good getting together with all the boys.
It is.
Yeah, we
trying to find out which old people's home Pete Trewavas has just arrived from.
yeah. To discuss the next tour of the old people's homes. Yeah.
Seriously, I've got to record them all in the studio talking about prostates, talking about
piles,
just talking about the most. I said to him, "What did you all chat about the studio today?" He said, "Well." They do have the strangest conversations when
blood thinners.
Blood thinners.
The hardening of the arteries.
Yeah, that's been this year's topics. I was talking to Pete earlier about missing Cruise to the Edge, and then we were talking about you missing Cruise to the Edge. So the next Cruise to the Edge is cursed, and we wondered which of you's gonna. Are you cold?
Bloody freezing.
Well, I opened it because it was hot. We were saying one of whose turn is it to miss the cruise? Ian again, I think.
No, I never looked forward to doing the cruises, apart from in the last couple. I've had a really enjoyable time.
You've got to come in the picture. No one can see you. Right, has anyone got a question for H?
Better be quick, because I think the air fryer's just gone quiet.
The air fryer's gone quiet. Someone ask him a question quick.
I've got a question.
Go.
Oh, when are we recording next?
Oh, you
might as well do that on here.
When are we recording next? Well, whenever you like. I've not got much on.
Right, okay. Should try to do one next week.
Next week?
Well, yes, as tomorrow onwards.
Like tomorrow.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah.
What day will you have less alcohol?
Tuesday? Is Tuesday there?
October.
There isn't one. They're all equally fraught with I don't mind. Whatever suits you, Ant.
Right, I'll message you later. So there's a small technical question as well for everybody that's on. If you're going to not drink for a month, why would you pick a month with 31 days in it? Why doesn't everybody do February?
Good point.
Fair point, yeah.
Yeah.
Irrelevant in my case. It's never happened.
No. You did that week. I remember you did that week.
Oh, he was horrible though, wasn't he? Wasn't good to live with.
Worst week of the year.
Worst week of the fucking year. The band all come. Wish he'd fucking have a drink.
You did not start just putting vodka into his orange juice now, just to kind of get him to a level.
Here you go, have a drink. It's orange juice. Yeah.
Optics behind in the racket club.
What are you eating from the air fryer then?
Fish fingers.
Oh.
Legend.
I'm on the Lucy Jordache diet of, you know.
Now, can I just ask you something there, H? But is it a
And what?
Yorkshire thing? Because my mother-in-law's here, and when she has fish and chips, she has to have brown sauce with it.
No,
Oh,
that's not a Yorkshire thing.
that's not right.
I think it's more of a Scottish thing, isn't it? Salt
Aye,
and
brown
sauce.
salt and sauce is
Yeah.
a Scottish thing.
That's what I
Brown
thought. Yeah.
brown sauce on your chips. Yeah.
Oh,
Brown sauce on your pork pie, that's a Yorkshire thing.
yeah. I can't eat a Scotch egg without brown sauce, and
No,
I can't do egg on toast without a bit of brown sauce. Don't do that. But fish and chips is ketchup.
Yeah, I agree.
No sauce.
What?
What?
I don't eat brown sauce or ketchup. Shut up, H.
Mayonnaise
don't
and
either.
everything else. I put
H
mayonnaise
thinks
just
I
about
only eat
everything.
ham, egg, and chips.
Ham, egg, and chips. Yeah, I want to have a bit of mayo on my ham, egg, and chips. Don't you have mayo on your ham and eggs?
We have mayonnaise on everything over here, so
Yeah, I like a bit of mayo. I like a bit of Hellman's. Don't like that Heinz.
How dirty.
other mayos are available.
I'll bring you some Dutch mayonnaise, but you'd probably not get it back.
I like a bit of Hellman's.
Do some Dutch mayonnaise, and, you know, when you come to Port Zealand.
Or on
When you
Saturday.
come to H's solo,
Or on
Yeah, on Saturday I will. I'll get
Yeah,
some.
I'll dip my finger in it and tell you what.
on that note, go and eat your fish fingers.
I will.
Hill.
I will. You know, I love a fish finger. I really do.
I've got a wine tip for you with fish fingers if you like wine, H. I know you like
no.
gin. Do you like wine?
Wine?
Yeah, white wine.
Yeah.
Pickpool, I can't say it right. Pickpool de Pinot.
Pick
Have that with fish fingers.
Pinot.
Yeah. Someone gave me that tip once, and I didn't think. I thought, yeah, right, sure, pretentious. I don't think so, but it was delicious. Yeah. So if you
Pickpool de Pinot.
Pickpool de Pinot with fish fingers, great.
What, on them or drinking it?
Drink it. You could try them.
Put your fish finger in the wine.
Why not? If it tastes good, who cares?
Pickpool de Pinot. That's
Yeah.
made. That's meant to be in a poem, isn't it?
Yeah, it's that's
I've
why I
been all
remembered.
sorts
It sounds
of
so unusual. Yeah.
Well,
Right.
enjoy your
gonna-
fish fingers. Thank you.
Yes, lovely to see you. Oh, are there only 9 of you? Or are there millions of you and I'm just seeing 9?
Just 9.
Oh, all right.
Just 9. We're broadcasting live on YouTube to other people.
Oh, I see. Who
People
aren't
keep popping in, being
on the
guests. and then-
screen?
Yes, this
Oh.
is the Zoom call of the people that are having the discussions, and band members and different people keep popping in.
Well, have a happy new year, and I'll see you in it.
Yeah, nice one, Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All the best.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
New
mate.
See
Year.
you later.
Bye, everyone. I've no idea how to hang up. Oh, there it's down there.
Shall I get rid of
Right.
it? Shall I do him?
Yeah.
Bye, H. Bye. Oh, he did it.
On that note, I've got to drop as well.
I was going to say, I have. What time do you want me tomorrow?
Oh, right. James, hang on. James, thank you. Goodbye. You've been
Bye,
fabulous.
Happy New Year.
Speak to you soon.
Happy
Hi,
New Year,
James.
James.
George,
Nice.
when
See
do
you
you
later,
want to come
James.
round?
What time are our treatments? This is really
Uh,
important for everybody else.
Was it 3 o'clock or 2 o'clock?
You're having a treatment.
We're going to the spa tomorrow afternoon.
Oh,
So if we come sort of between midday and 1,
3 o'clock is our treatment.
so if we can get up to there around 1ish, we can
Yes,
laze about in the pools for a bit.
yes.
Awesome. Right, I'm going to finish icing your cake, Ian.
She's made a cake.
really?
Yeah.
Oh, don't leave it in the rain yet.
I get some custard.
Mustard.
Custard. Oh.
All right.
Love you,
Love
bye.
you
Hey,
lot.
George.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Bye.
Darlings.
Bye.
Have a good time.
You know we've done this because you were listening in the other room and you've probably had a chance to think, but word association. If I say Port Zealand, what do you say?
Clogs.
If I say Neverland,
Bugs.
Oh, I've heard someone else said long.
Yeah. H said, no, Ant said long, didn't he? Yeah.
Yeah.
And Ian.
Really good bloke.
That's really not one.
Oh, isn't it?
No. So, Anne Marie, do you want to say anything to Ian about being able to take his photograph when he's on the stage? What does he need to move?
Everything.
The drums.
Oh, yeah.
The symbols at the top. But if there are balconies that go right round to the sides, you can often go up there anyway and look down. So there are tricks. Yeah. Yeah. And often I would wait as well until just before the encore, and you stand up and wave to the crowd, and then you can see him. But yeah, it's really.
I'll stop doing that.
Could we not get a drum kit on a? Could we not get a rotating one?
Oh, like Motley Crue's
Like
drummer?
no, not upside down. Like Neil Peart, you know, that it would rotate, but not go up. Not a one that goes upside down, because that's a bit, a bit risky.
You could get like a remote control for the drum stool, so it can actually rise up, so you could take a photo, it goes back down again.
It's that one big one.
I can control it. I could do that.
Yeah, that's it.
I'll ask the band, see if they'll finance something, and I'd like to just blow the whole kit up at the end of a gig. I've always wanted.
Oh wow! Have you ever destroyed an instrument at the end of a gig, like the so-called rock stars do?
No, no, I haven't actually.
What about a musician? You have destroyed a musician at the end of a gig.
There's been some close calls.
No comment. Someone else talk. I'm laughing.
Oh, Anne-Marie, those pictures you took in Vegas, I mean,
That you won the awards for.
Yeah, that's amazing stuff.
You too. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. But it was spectacular. I mean, it was right there to look at. Yeah, I was very lucky. I had a middle seat.
Was
right in the
that
center.
a little point and shoot camera as well?
Yeah. Yeah,
I
that
think
one.
you keep up with this big one, because you're taking really good ones with the small one.
I would have loved to have gone to that U2 concert with a proper camera. I would have loved that, but
Well,
yeah.
I tried to get you the photo pass, didn't I? But they were just like, no, we only do.
Yeah, they only had their own photographer. It was very kind of strict. But that fair enough. Otherwise, everyone would be applying.
Yeah, no, they were really good. I went to the Sphere when I was over there in July. Just went to see the postcards from the Earth show.
Yeah.
I'd like to see a proper concert there. I know some of the fans I've seen, on Facebook that they've been to see, I think the Eagles or the Grateful Dead, or who was the other band that played there?
Fish not play that. Not did Fish PHIS.
No, they do.
Yeah.
Play
They
that.
play that. They're on at the gardens, aren't they, over New Year?
Who?
Fish. PH.
Yeah. Well, some of those looked extraordinary, the pictures. I'd like to see a gig there, but it would have to be a band that I really liked. But just the postcards from the Earth blew my mind. Just being inside it, it's a feat of engineering.
Yeah, it is. It is. When they first put the tickets on sale, I have to thank you, Lucy, as well, because that's how I heard about the Sphere concert, was through you. You had posted about it on Facebook very early. So I was able to get a really good seat in the centre up high. And later, when they announced more concerts, because they'd all sold out, so they did extra, those seats were triple the price, because they'd figured out that those seats further away from the band upstairs, which are usually cheaper, were actually better for the experience of the Sphere.
They
They made them triple the price.
They recorded the U2 show, didn't they? And
Yes.
now they're playing that in the Sphere. So I could, in theory, go and watch the concert that you watched.
Yeah, you could honestly, the live experience with them, and I usually wouldn't say this about live, it's going to be pretty close because I was so far away from the band. They were tiny. You can see in the picture.
In your picture, they were that tiny.
So it probably won't look that different. You'll just be missing the tiny little thing at the bottom if you sit up there.
That's just the one thing I was thinking, because it with being such an enormous place, and if you're
Yeah.
actually going to see the band are going to be tiny in the bottom. I mean, we've got a thing there where if we go and see stand up, I don't want to go and see it at an arena. I want to go and see it in a theatre or somewhere smaller.
We
So I
had
don't
that
see the point.
conversation. Yeah, going to see Ricky Gervais at Wembley Stadium or whatever. You just like,
It's just to me it feels pointless. So it's going to see a band at the Sphere would be an amazing thing, but would you get that much difference if they'd actually recorded it and you saw it on the Sphere itself? It's
because it's so visual. Yeah, I don't think there'd be that much difference.
I don't. Well, I mean, Anne-Marie's been to a concert. I haven't, but I having been there, I imagine you don't actually go to watch the band. You go to watch the visuals because it's so hard to explain unless you've been in it. It's above your head, behind your head. It's bonkers.
Yeah, I did both. I was lucky enough to go 2 nights, and I was closer the second night, and I watched the band the second night. But that was after having had the better seats with the visuals. But certainly the prices for the tickets, I mean, they were charging for the Sphere experience. It wasn't a normal U2 price. I've seen U2 many times live.
Oh, I think the prices in Vegas have got out of hand for everything.
Yeah.
It's completely ridiculous when we last went there, wasn't it?
Well, it seemed everything was a lot more expensive. Everything.
In America, full stop. Yeah.
Hotels, just everything. Breakfast at the diners.
Oh, 50 quid every morning.
Yeah. Yeah.
In a
You were
diner.
mentioning ham, egg, and chips. I had ham, egg, and potato mashed up for breakfast, and it was $50.
Jesus.
I went to see.
It wasn't even spiced or flavored or anything. It was really plain with a cup of tea, and it was $50. And then they want a tip.
It's been 10 years since I've been, and it was a lot cheaper then.
I went to see Slipknot the other night at the O2.
Oh
You
yeah.
did? How was it?
That's a great review.
I still can't whistle any of the tunes.
Shall I tell the story before you carry on with it?
Oh god, yeah, it was
So basically, Qatar Airways, bear with me, this has a story. Qatar Airways have this privilege club where they've got a entertainment suite at the O2, and for every it's members only. It's something like 18 grand a year to be a member. And for every concert they auction off 2 tickets, and you pay with your Avios Air Mile things. And so I thought, I saw all the tickets for Paul McCartney were going for 150,000 Avios. And I thought no one's going to go for Slipknot, and Ian and his son Michael would have a really good time. So I bid and I won, yay. And then you also get £400 worth food and drink credit. So over to Ian.
No, well, so that me and my son, we're sitting in this very, very posh restaurant, and I said to Michael, my son, well, we got to spend 400 quid. So we had 2 starters each, and then couple of main courses, loads of dessert. I said to the waitress, how much have we spent? She said £260. And I said, So at the end of the night, Michael managed to, they said, well, you could have a bottle of champagne.
Oh,
So
nice.
Michael managed to have a bottle of champagne, but it was very strange sitting down in a very nice restaurant, hearing very, very.
Because the support band were playing while they were eating, and in the background is
the growling and
But the sound wasn't good where I was sitting, so I recorded a little bit on my phone, and it was weird.
Go get your phone and play it to them.
Well, the phone,
they'll like it.
The phone sound was better than where we were sitting, but I think the O2, it's such a big old shed.
And it's right at the, right at the back. It's so you're looking face onto the stage. So if it was something where you didn't really want to see the band and just
Yeah.
see the visual, like Craig was saying, I think it would be good. But you quite wanted to see him drum and
Yeah, I
Yeah.
would prefer to be by the side of the stage, really. I mean, I
Yeah.
saw Sonosphere a few years back, and I thought they were brilliant. The whole show, I thought, and the sound was great. I'll see if I can
Yeah.
find something on my phone.
get the video. But it's good to know about this thing. So I'm gonna bid on the Strictly Come Dancing tour because it's in the round, isn't it? So it's shut up, Ant. So it's in the middle of the O2. So I figured I could take George, but obviously I don't drink, so George will have to drink £400 worth of alcohol. Maybe I should take H. He could
Oh,
do
you'll
it.
manage that.
I could manage that, no bother.
Yeah.
No
Do it.
problem.
He's my man. Forget George. She could
Hmm.
take one for the team. Obviously, she's going to WhatsApp me in a minute and go, "Don't you dare! Don't you dare take H."
But speaking of in the round, I just watched the thing. Well, started watching it. I'll finish it off tonight.
I wouldn't
Dua
carry on
Lipa.
this conversation.
Yeah.
He's just walking in the room with some really.
Oh. Can't hear it, so all right.
Can't hear anything.
Oh shit! Hang on.
I heard that.
You just hear a noise.
No, nothing at all.
Hang on. Maybe the there we go. Can't hear it.
No.
Nothing's coming across.
That's weird. Why can't I hear that?
Pardon? What I remember.
2:30.
I can hear it.
Zoom's algorithm will cut it out because it thinks it's background noise. So Zoom's algorithm is actually trying to get rid of background noise because it thinks this is a sensible conference
Oh,
call.
okay.
All right.
Thank you.
It's anytime.
George did just WhatsApp and say, I can do £400 easy. There you go.
There you go. No bother.
That was me on the train.
Yeah, I saw that pic.
Ian Mosley on the tube. He's not happy.
No, never again.
Oh,
Such a misery. He doesn't. Well, the time before that, Anne, when Ian went on public transport, was him and Pete going to the American Embassy in London, and the train derailed, and they were stuck on the train for 5 hours. Ian and Pete. Ian was messaging me saying, "Get me off this train, or I'm going to strangle him."
That's actually a really good question for Ian. Ian, if you're going to get stranded on the train with one of the band members for 5 hours, who would you pick?
Oh yeah. Who would it be now?
Now?
Yeah. On the spot.
Probably be H or Mark. Yeah, H. If they had a bar on the train.
Bar.
Getting trapped with H for 5 hours.
That'd be all
If there
right.
was a bar, it'd end up like the Orient Express, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Sounds like my idea of hell.
I'm gonna bugger off if that's all right.
Yes, I'm gonna go. Yeah, I've had a 5-minute warning from my wife.
Yeah,
All
me
right, my
too.
loves. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. I've actually
it's-
got a new guest ready to come up.
Okay.
So
Oh, hang on then. Is
Time,
anybody exciting?
I'm not telling you.
Stay.
I might
Go
stay.
away. Go away. No, you've had your point.
No,
Oh,
I'm gonna go.
I'm gonna go.
I'll see you later.
Take
All right.
care.
Thank you for
Bye.
coming.
Have a good year, everybody.
Bye.
Thanks. Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Love you all. Bye. 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 And Craig, you're staying,
I'll stay for a bit before I get kicked out.
and Anne Marie's staying.
if
I
that's
was
all
going to
right.
say, I was going to say, Lucy, I don't know whether you've seen, speaking of in the round, and there's a gig just gone up online of Dua Lipa at the Royal Albert Hall in the round. So all the arena floor was taken out, so there's an orchestra with her like with a walkway on it, and it's a very impressive thing. It was a one-off gig, and it's worth having a look at.
We talked, didn't we, years ago about doing Port Zealand in the round. H was really into the idea, wasn't he, of doing it in the round, or all of you on your own in the middle of the tent, each of the band on their own separate little podium thing. And I just couldn't see how it would work, because someone would get, well, Anne-Marie would have a breakdown to start with.
Yeah.
But someone would just be stuck behind. It would have to rotate, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
You
it'd have
couldn't
to
just
be
have,
a-
because otherwise the fans
Yeah.
would have to move.
Yeah, it wouldn't work for Port Zealand. No, it wouldn't work for Port Zealand at all.
Now, I think you all know who's coming on here any second. This is the lovely Rita.
Hi, everybody.
How do you know Rita?
We've not met.
You've not met, but you know of her. So Rita is here because, as some of you, well, about 500 of you know, you were all involved in raising over $21,000 for Rita to go and help some underprivileged kids just before Christmas. You knew
In the
about this,
space of
Anne-Marie,
20, in the space of 24 hours, wasn't it?
Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Rita, do you want to take over the story?
Do you want me to start from the beginning?
Start from the beginning.
All right. So my boyfriend and I are affiliated with our local food pantry, our Cortland Area Cares, which is our local food pantry. And for the past dozen or so years, we do a toy drive that we get our toys from Toys for Tots. Well, I shouldn't say that name in public. Shouldn't say that name. Nobody heard that. Nobody heard me say that name.
La, 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 la.
La, 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 la. So
Just
that's
getting
where our
drunk.
toys. That's where our toys come from every year. And then we distribute them to the people who sign up in our community for Toys for Tots distribution. And this year, the night before our distribution was supposed to happen, we had no toys. No delivery came. My boyfriend was calling them that night, trying to find out where our toys were, calling them the next day up until about an hour before we were supposed to start distributing, trying to find out where our toys were. And the word that came back was, sorry, we don't have anything for you. And we had 281 kids on our list that we were supposed to distribute toys to last Wednesday. So that morning, about an hour before we had to do that, I just posted something on Facebook saying how disappointed I was, how upset I was that I was going to have to, spend the day telling all of these kids that, yes, sorry, we have nothing for you, telling their families we have nothing for you. So I posted something about it on Facebook and then ignored it for the rest of the day. Came back at the end of the day after, my boyfriend's making calls, telling people not to come. We decided over the course of the day that I'm going to try not to cry. Lucy better not make me cry. We decided that we were just going to do it ourselves. And we're like, we can't let it stand. We are going to go and we'll buy the gift cards or toys, whatever we can do. We decided we would reschedule to that Friday, which was, now less than 48 hours later, like 36 hours later at that point. Decided that's what we were going to do. So I went on Facebook and I saw my original post and I read the comments under it, and a bunch of people had said, Rita, why don't you do a GoFundMe? Or Rita, just let us send you money. We want to help. We'll send you money. And my boyfriend, being a very private person, so much so that most people who know me have never actually met him after 20 years, I knew he would be upset if I did it. But ultimately he wasn't in the room. And so I said, yeah, all right, let's just do it. I tried to do a GoFundMe, which was going to take up to 5 days. I didn't have 5 days. I had 48 hours. So I just posted on my original post and said, okay, if anybody wants to send me money through my PayPal account, great, go ahead, I'll take it. What the hell, we'll buy what we can. So this is at 5 o'clock at night, my time, so 10 o'clock in England. The first person who shared my story was Nikki Orell, which is the one that you saw. She's like, please let me help. There are people in Connecticut who want to help. So she typed it up, posted her story, posted the story, and then over the next hour, maybe another dozen people messaged me to say, Rita, can we share it? To which I said, yeah, sure, fine. I think you're all nuts. Who's going to want to help a bunch of kids in Ohio? So they did. And by the time I went to bed that night, like 5 hours later, we had about $3,000. Got up the next morning, we had about $4,200. This was at, like 6 o'clock in the morning, but I didn't know yet what Lucy had done.
I'm just going to interject. I'd been on holiday in Dubai.
I didn't know about Lucy yet, because this was 6 o'clock in the morning, my time. And I just logged on to my PayPal account really quickly to see how much money was in there, got in my car, started to drive to work, which is when I get a message from Lucy. You gonna jump in?
Yeah. Well, I'd been on holiday in Dubai, so I'd missed all of the stuff that everyone had posted, and I was just scrolling through Facebook and I saw Nikki's post, and I thought, I'll put it up on my Facebook page. There'll be some Marillion fans who I'm sure will help, and maybe we'll raise a few $100s. So I put it up on my Facebook page, and it went absolutely mental.
Yeah. Yeah. It was, yeah.
And before we knew it, so I messaged Rita and said, I hope you don't mind, but I've done this thing on my Facebook page. And would you like $1,000? I put it up 20 minutes ago. She was like, oh my God. And then about 10 minutes later, I said, I've now got $2,000. And I kept coming into you, didn't I, Ian? And saying, this is amazing. And Ian's going, you're kidding me. And
you messaged me again when I got to work an hour later, after you had first told me. You had 4,000 in an hour.
Yeah.
In the time it took me to get to work. Yeah.
Yeah. And it carried on that way all day with, I was like, here's another 1,000, here's another 5,000. And the Marillion fans from my post alone sent Rita 14,000 of the 21,000.
It's more than 21.
It's more than 21 now.
It was more than 21. Yeah. In the end. Yeah. So when I'm looking at the numbers now, the total amount that I received was $22,456.22. Minus the fees, minus PayPal fees. That gave us the amount that we could spend was $22,079.50.
So if anyone is interested, go to my timeline on Facebook where I posted all the pictures of all the stuff that Rita went out and bought.
Oh, that wasn't even half of it.
For the kids. It's absolutely amazing. And what I wanted to say personally to you, Rita, and I will make you cry, and I'm sorry, but I think everyone else can attest to this as well. You didn't just make those kids Christmas, you made the Marillion community's Christmas, because I saw so many people sharing the post and said, I've only managed to send a $5, but look what I'm part of. It gave us all, didn't it? We're nutty. It gave us all this huge hug of we were doing in such a shit awful world. You gave us the opportunity to be part of. You were doing all the fucking hard work. You were the one out there doing it all, but you gave so many people the joy of being able to give to a bunch of kids in Ohio, as you call them, that children, people were helping children, you were doing the work, but you made so many people
Sorry, just making me
so
cry.
happy.
Well, you know, I think that when I've jokingly called it the Christmas miracle now, and I think that was the biggest part of it, was more so than the fact that, yes, I got to help a lot of people, more than just the 300 kids we initially posted about, but it was that restored faith in humanity was a line I saw a lot in posts that came to me, in replies on yours. And that was the biggest thing for me, not just because, we were helping my 300 kids and the more that we ended up doing with the money, but it was that sense of there's still good in the world.
There absolutely,
there were so many, so many angels that helped.
I
make
will
a little Christmas miracle.
And I will share with you privately all the messages that people sent on the PayPal receipts, because I've got them all.
You're gonna make me cry all over again.
But there was, I don't think I told you, there was one lady who owns a little shop, and she gave £100, and it was all their tips for the day.
Oh,
she handed over her tips. Just absolutely beautiful. Some people gave £5. One guy gave £400. He gave it. The big fan who died last year, James Greenwood. So I messaged this, I can't remember his name, and I'm really sorry. I think his name was Martin. I messaged him because he'd paid £400. I said, did you mean to put 400? Because we've all done it, could be 40. And he said, yeah, absolutely, I think it's a wonderful thing. And also, if James Greenwood was here, he'd be donating, so consider this his as well. And there were so many beautiful moments like that.
Someone sent me money to my PayPal account, and there were a couple of times I did the same thing. It said, do you know how much money you just sent me? Did you mean to send 30 or 50? Did you put an extra 0 in there? And the reply I got back more than once was James.
And do you know what I think was, but the reason I think people were so generous, Rita, was the fact that in real time we were feeding back to people where their money was going, because sometimes you send money to charity and
you don't know.
You're paying the CEO, let's be fair. Do you know what I mean? And this was like, we could see you physically in a shop.
Well, that was actually the reason that I did it, because I wanted people to see, and I made sure when Nikki posted that very first message was that she said, just know that you're giving this money to me. It's coming to me personally. I'm not a nonprofit. It's going into my personal, my business, PayPal account. So I wanted people to know that, I'm not pocketing your $22,000. Here's what it's doing. So that was kind of why every time we had a spare second over the course of the next, 48 hours, I would send something to you that said, hey, this is, here's a pile of gift cards. Here's all the stuff we bought at the Walmart. Why I still have, I have a spreadsheet here that shows, the massive amount of money that we spent in different places around town that day, or that day and a half.
Well, you sent me a message, didn't you? You said, if the IRS tax people want to know why there's so much money going into my account, I've got to keep spreadsheets. And I said, just show them my Facebook and tell them to fuck off.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I have to keep a spreadsheet, because PayPal is going to send me a tax document after all of this that shows that I have, $22,000 in income that I can't explain. So.
Well, the thing is, whenever I do a competition on my Facebook page, I always give a prize to people. And on my original post, I said, not that any of you need a prize. I'm sure you'll give to charity anyway, but I will choose one of you that has donated to win a prize, and I'll think of something good. I still haven't thought of something good, but Rita, I have 492 names. Will you choose a number between 1 and 492? And that person I will contact and they will win a prize determined.
67.
Number 67.
Well done, Rita. It was brilliant because I mean, every morning I my homepage and it's just so depressing, all the stuff going on in the world, and that really brightened the whole day up.
Thank you. And it's just when I was thinking that Facebook has turned into a giant cesspool,
Yes.
that this happened, because I don't even check my Facebook page that much anymore because it's just so depressing. So thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it was great. Not just for the kids, but for the families, and it takes the pressure off them and how they're feeling that they can provide for people, and it goes just much further than the gift itself. It's the whole thing for them.
Well, and did I tell you, Lucy? Did I tell you who else because there was so much money, like so much money. Not just from the Marillion fans, but the stuff that people were sending me personally. And there was a woman who, more than one actually, when Steve, my boyfriend Steve, was in the Walmart buying everything, people were handing him money. Like they were just handing him cash in the middle of Walmart because he told them when he first went in, he told everybody who was working, like, hey, this is what we're doing. We're going to need some help. So they got like extra cashiers and whatnot to help. But people saw him pushing around 21 shopping carts full of toys. So people were handing him money in the middle of the Walmart. There was a little kid who was, in Steve's estimation, about 8, who said, I have extra toys at home. Can I bring them to you? Shocking. But did I tell you where all of the money went in the end? Because we couldn't spend it all because money kept coming in after we were done. So did I tell you all of that?
No, keep going.
So it wasn't just my 300 kids. It was
the shelter.
The shelter. There are 2 shelters actually. In the county that I live in, there are 2 shelters. One for battered women and children. So women come to this shelter literally running for their lives from their abusive spouses. So we were able to help that shelter not only with toys, but we went back after because there was still more money to be spent with the necessities of life. Really, we asked the shelter, we're like, what are the things that you need that people never think to give you at Christmas? So we went back with blankets and sheets and towels and clothes, socks and underwear mostly because people donate clothes, but people never donate socks and underwear. So we went back with all of that. There's another shelter for, shockingly, battered men and their children. So we did the same thing with that shelter. In the middle of doing all of this, on the distribution day, which was Friday, the Friday before Christmas, I get a call from someone I work with at my real job who says, hey, Rita, that organization that caused all of this, that never brought us the toys they were supposed to deliver, did the same thing to their church in Cleveland.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It gets worse, but I don't like to think about the bad part of all of this. So it wasn't just us. So she's like, yeah, my aunt was telling me that the church that she's involved with, this happened to them too. And they'd been reaching out to their parishioners to try to get money and donations because they had kids who were going to get nothing. So I tell my boyfriend this and he's like, give me the phone number. So we call that church, and everything that was left when we were done at the end of our distribution also went to help a church in Cleveland. And finally, a family and the very last thing that it went to was there was a family whose house had caught fire right before Christmas. So they had nothing. They were living in a hotel. So somebody told them about us, and the last little bit of money that came in after your deadline and after my deadline went to help this family. So it wasn't just 300, it was hundreds of people.
I'm bowing down to you, Rita. You and
It
Steve
wasn't me.
are bloody amazing.
But it wasn't me. It was everybody else who.
Rita, it is you because people trust you. I mean, you
Well,
could get people to trust you to donate over the internet, over Facebook. I usually don't do that kind of thing, but people do this because they trust you and they know you're a good person.
George has just sent me a WhatsApp saying big kiss for Rita. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well,
Well
George
said.
is my hero too. Once she tried to give me her pants once.
Your pants when you
Hers,
in your
hers.
orange yoga pants.
Yes, she tried to
You
give
mean
me her
trousers?
pants. Yes, she tried to give me her trousers once many years ago. No, love back to George.
Yeah, I know you're still emotional about it, and I think you'll probably still be emotional about it for a long time. But I want
Well, you know that my business logo for the Bandwagon USA. If you look at my logo, it's that night, it's that day that we crossed the O2. It's me in a black T-shirt and orange yoga pants.
Is it?
So yeah, so that day will live on as long as my business exists. There will be a picture of me in yoga pants.
Yeah, no, I wanted you to come on, Rita, because I wanted people to hear from you personally, because it was a Christmas miracle. It
really was.
It made me so happy to be a part of it. I didn't want to take any credit. I was just the cashier.
Banker.
I was just the banker. It was a joy looking at my paper
thank
account and going, right, more money to Rita. Excellent. You know, it was so lovely, and the generosity of everyone was just astounding. I was so proud of everyone, and the people who couldn't afford to give were sharing the Facebook page. You know, that's a beautiful thing. And
every little bit helped. Even just sharing that thing out there meant someone else saw it, and it brought joy to so many people who saw it happening as it was happening. So
I hope it brought joy to you as well, because you're all I've seen you do is cry.
I'll feel more joyous about it when I can sit back after it's all kind of done. Like it still hasn't quite sunk in yet. Like we were just busy doing it, you know, for the, you know, here we thought it was going to be, you know, a Wednesday afternoon. It's our it's our toys. I didn't say that name again. It's our distribution day, which is great. You know, we usually take stuff out, whatever's left, we take it out the following day, and it just turned into a 4-day ordeal.
I thought you'd get a couple of thousand, if I'm honest. I thought there'd be a couple of grand. Brilliant.
You made my boyfriend cry, which is quite a big deal. When I was telling him over the course of the day, I would send him a text message, you know, like every hour or so. Hey, honey, you're never going to hear me say this again for the rest of our relationship, but I need you to go spend more money. Because I had to keep sending them out. I had to keep sending them back out to, you know, Walmart's and to Walmart and Menards, which is a store here in America.
I know Stephanie and I said we wish we were over there, because that's the bit we would have loved. Send me and Stephanie shopping. Oh,
yeah, exactly. Yeah. So no, I can't thank you and Marillion fans enough. For, you know, $14,000 is not an insignificant amount of money. It was actually very difficult to spend that much money in 24 hours. Well, the total,
you did it.
The whole 22,000. Yeah, it was very hard to spend $22,000 in 24 hours when it doesn't involve plane tickets, hotels, and concert tickets.
Yeah, that bit's easy.
Yeah, I could have spent it easy.
Next time, you know, can you give us more warning?
Well, yeah, I'm going to give you warning now, because, you know, in Montreal, there will be a fundraiser for Hope Flowers. So I expect that all of the people who are watching this and coming to Montreal are going to open their wallets and send some more money.
Yeah, we'll get on the case. You can buy a ticket in Montreal, can't you?
Yes.
Yeah, you could win. You could win something.
You could win his photo with the band.
Well, yeah, there's that.
Well, thank you very much. I'm going to start winding up my podcast. So I want to say thank you to all my guests on the screen. I will see you in Port Zealand, Craig. I will see you in Port Zealand, Rita.
Yeah.
And Port Zealand, Anne Marie.
Yep.
Port Zealand.
Congratulations, Lucy. You've managed like 4 hours and 15 minutes. So you know
Well,
your engine.
24 hours is going to be simple, isn't
To
it?
beat. Yeah.
Thank you, guys. I'll just
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
everybody.
Take care. Bye.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Bye-bye.
They're not going. There you go. Go on, Craig. Go on. You can do it. Press the button. Rita's going. No, still.
Uh-oh. There we
Yeah.
go. Bye-bye.
Bye. I've done 4 hours and 14 minutes.
Mm.
And I've had everyone but Rothers. Boo.
Yeah, where's Rothers then?
I didn't answer my WhatsApp, so what are you supposed to do? Could we get the dogs? I had a request for people to meet our dogs.
Yeah, they're probably wondering where their dinner is.
Oh, we're late for the dogs'
Yeah, it's
dinner.
going to be late because I've only just taken it out of the freezer.
Oh no, you forgot to defrost it. It's a shocker. Well, Ian will come back with the dogs. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I wonder if anyone did the whole 4 hours and 14 minutes. I said it could be a load of old bollocks. I hope that you found some of it useful and some of it amusing. And here come my husband and my dogs any second. It's been fun. I think what next time I need to work out a way to have on my screen messages so I'm not having to look on my phone and stuff. Here we go. Here's the dogs. This is
This is the dogs.
this is Charlie and this is oh, give me one.
Oh.
There we go. I'll have that one. Dave. Come on. This one's Dave.
And this one is Charlie.
And Charlie's the one that rolls in fox poo all the time. And Dave is the one that doesn't. Dave and Charlie. They both look very pissed off, don't they?
Yeah.
Is it because you just woke you up and you haven't had your dinner yet? Oh no, don't lick my nose. So is there anything you'd like to say before we sign off, Ian?
Well, just have a very happy new year, peaceful new year, and looking forward to seeing as many of you as possible at the conventions.
There's 8. Still a few tickets left for Oslo, not many. Still a few tickets left for Padua, like minimal, and there's still tickets left for Montreal. So see you at one of those.
Yeah.
The other ones are sold out, so won't see you at them unless you've already got tickets. I'm talking bollocks now. I'm going to go. Why am I saying goodbye to you?
Yeah, bye.
Thank you very much, everyone. Hope you enjoyed it. If you didn't, I don't care. Happy New Year. Are you wasting my expensive tissues?
Are they expensive?
I bought these boxes of really expensive tissues. Look, I mean, they're really expensive, but they're all got this lotion on them. Anyway, and he was just wasting it. Yeah, anyway, if you didn't enjoy it, I don't care, because I don't. But if you did enjoy it, that's brilliant. And I'll be back at work next week. I'll see you then, and everything will be fantastic. You're all great. Let's all be good humans for 2025. And George, if you're still listening, see you tomorrow. Bye. Bye, 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 bye. Bye. I don't know how to switch it off. Yeah, no, I really